substituting it with the following. For avoidance of doubt, competitive bidding shall apply to areas under mineral right, except for mineral rights held by a state-owned enterprise. The justification is that the bill, as passed by Parliament, empowers the minister to announce areas open for bidding for an exploration license, medium-scale mining license, and large-scale mining license. It further states that competitive bidding shall not apply to areas under mineral rights. Under mineral right, the exemption would prevent government from using competitive bidding for licenses in control of government, like bidding in Kilembe mines. The proposed amendment would enable government to use competitive bidding for the licenses it controls. Therefore, in accordance to Article 91(3) of the Constitution of Uganda, I hereby return the bill to Parliament for reconsideration with above clauses. Signed by the President, Yoweri Museveni. And since this has very few clauses to be reconsidered, I therefore refer the report back, the bill back to Committee of Natural Resources and be presented in the House tomorrow. Tomorrow, Wednesday, 20th, just for clarity.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I had actually wanted to raise the very same matter because the information I got this morning from the alternative Attorney General this side is that the Committee on Natural Resources has already processed this reference even before you have referred the committee to it. And Madam Speaker, this particular bill, particularly the first area where the President has raised the concern, is really a technical matter. And because it is a technical matter, it would be important that the committee interfaces with the technocrats from the ministry, particularly those from the Directorate of Geological Survey and Mines. Because as we speak, since 20...
Honourable Member, can I finish my communication, then you raise that as a matter? Because it is something that we are going to discuss. We can't just pass it like that. Honourable Members, over the few days, the media has been awash with the news of the fatal accident of the death of a guild presidential candidate from Makerere University. This was tragic. And without jeopardizing the ongoing investigation, I want to urge members to preach peace. Politics is there to stay. We need peace. I request you be the peace agents of this country. We need the peace that we desire. We cannot lose a person over a campaign. Let's preach peace for the good of this country. Politics is not a matter of life and death. You've lost a kid, we are all mothers, we are parents. You've lost somebody just out of negligence. I sincerely want to convey my condolence to the bereaved family, to the management of Makerere University and Uganda Christian University and the entire students' body for this kind of death that happened. And this must stop. Let's not take politics as a matter of life and death. Honorable members, the plight of our people in famine areas like Karamoja is a scar on the conscience of this country. The image, we've seen so many starving people, malnourished people, and I think government needs to come out clearly on how to handle this issue in the short term, medium term, and long term. I had a statement where they're saying the food is available for 3 months. Which food can you grow now and it becomes ready within 3 months? Let's have the the short-term approach, the medium term and then the long term. And at the same time, we also need to do a mindset change of our people. The people down there think they should only live on cattle. But you cannot live on cattle only. You need to encourage them to do farming, to grow. And if we don't do that, we will continue lamenting and people are dying and people are malnourished. When you look at the pictures that are on social media, you will not want to look at it the second time. So as government, we want you to take an action, and it must be a coordinated approach. One group is fundraising this side, the other group is doing this, the other one is doing this. Let's have a coordinated approach towards solving a problem in the Karamoja region. And not only Karamoja, in the whole country. And as we said, we one time asked, that is a constitutional provision that we must have a disaster committee. But up to now, we have not had that committee in place. We are doing everything in an ad hoc way. If we had a committee, the committee would be able to understand what should be done, when and where. But since that time, nobody has bothered to report to this House whether there is a committee in place, and we are waiting. Honorable members, as we move on, it's just appropriate that if you can have a way, and this is what I'm saying about the committee is Article 249 of the Constitution. It's a constitutional matter. And I don't know why we don't have it up to today. This commission would be able to help us to manage whatever is happening. I wish you good deliberations for the day. And maybe just to answer on the issue of the shadow Attorney General. When we received a letter from the President, we sent it to the committee, awaiting committal from the House. We told the committee to go ahead, hold the meetings, and have these issues that were raised resolved. That is how the committee had a sitting. Yes.
Reaction to your communication, Madam Speaker.
Youth.
I want to, first of all, thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, for condemning violence in our institutions of higher learning. By our rules, you're considered blind, but I thank you for having your eyes wide open for issues that happen among the young people of this country. Indeed, on the 14th of July, we lost one Batungura in a stabbing while at the Guild campaigns. One of the most painful things for the young people of this country is to lose an asset like Mr. Batungura, especially in a political process where we expect people to have contestation of ideas and not muscles. And As you're aware, Right Honorable Speaker, the greatest resource for Africa is not necessarily our diamonds and gold, but our youthful population. Batungura's story is one of the many unacceptable occurrences of students losing their lives, sustaining injuries, and losing their property during activism in the universities. Many Ugandans were left wondering how safe our institutions of higher learning are, especially during these unavoidable intra-institutional electoral processes. I just have two quick prayers on behalf of the young people. The first one is that following the death of Batungura, the University Council of Makerere has communicated that it's in the process of instituting electoral reforms to ensure the safety of students. But through you, Right Honorable Speaker, Parliament must also task the relevant ministry to ensure that reforms do not only happen in Makerere University, but in all the institutions that embrace political processes to guarantee the safety of all our students, irrespective of their institutions. Secondly, that the Ministry of Education and Sports must report to this House on whether the acts or regulations or government policies and roles of the different agencies are adequate, and also the extent of implementation of this legislation is adequate to frame violence in our institutions of higher learning. I beg to submit, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And if it is anything that is regarding that killing, we will not discuss it. It is before court. That would amount to sub judice. Love.
Thank you.
I didn't say whip.
Whip. Oh, it was a slip of tongue. But you could be prophesying. Madam Speaker, you have rightly said that what is happening in Karamoja is a scar on the conscience of humanity. I took time to look at footages, especially in the sub-county of Rupa in the Moroto district, and it was shocking. Madam Speaker, in Moroto is where marble is mined. And there are a number of other mining companies in this sub-region of Karamoja. But we are reliably informed they hardly pay royalties to the district law governments as per the law required. But two, and most importantly, the corporate social responsibility, where these companies would be expected to give back to the communities, is lacking in every aspect. These are callous, and by the way, you see children children of 14 years below crushing stones and loading on those trucks. And these people are not compassionate at all to even give a penny back to the community. But what also becomes a challenge to the government is in abdication of our own responsibility as government. We have district disaster management committees, but they are incapacitated. This House ought to come up with a legislation that strengthens these district disaster management committees. You alluded to the Disaster Management Commission. That commission is not yet in place. But we could start with these lowest units, the district disaster management committees. By law, they have no powers, no functions whatsoever to attend to emergency operations. They ought to be provided or allocated a budget that could quickly attend to emergencies before office of the Prime Minister comes in. But these disaster management committees are incapacitated. They only conduct an assessment a needs assessment, and then a report to the ministry. And by the time aid, whether both in food and non-food items, by the time it is dispatched, many lives would have been lost. So, Madam Speaker, I would be of the view that these district disaster management committees be strengthened to have what it takes to attend to emergency cases like the one that is in Karamoja.
Honorable members, as leaders of the people, as the voice of the voiceless, ensure all your district disaster committees are working. Let's not wait and hear from the Prime Minister alone. Let's be the ones also to check if they are working. And I'd forgotten one thing, honorable members. Yesterday, our flag was again flying high in the World Athletics Champion. And that was courtesy of Joshua Cheptegei and Kiplimo. We want to thank Ugandans, we want to congratulate the young men, and we are proud of them. At an ample time, we'll bring a motion when they return, recognizing those athletes. On Karamoja, we have a minister of Karamoja here. Can we have Nandutu? Honorable Nandutu. Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the issue of Karamoja, it has been going on social media. Indeed, pictures are disheartening, not good, but as government, we have already taken over the situation as I speak now. We have already flagged off food to Karamoja region. We have given priority to Karamoja. And as you talked about the long-term, mid-term and long-term interventions, as you're aware, there has been drought, but also insecurity in Karamoja. So for the whole year, the people of Karamoja have not been going to the gardens. That's why there is food shortage in Karamoja. And therefore, the army is doing their work. And my request to the members, to the leaders of Karamoja, is we support the security to do their work and rid Karamoja of guns, such that there is security in the area and we are able to embark on the production of food in Karamoja. And as government, Ministry of Agriculture is already going to provide for us tractors, about 50 tractors, to go and embark on food production in the region, such that we do not depend on relief all the time. Because Karamoja is able to produce there, we are able to produce our own food. So as government, we are on ground, food is already there, and we are planning for more food to go to Karamoja. So we are on top of the situation in Karamoja, honorable members. I am informing you. I'm giving you information.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise on a point of order to my friend, the Honorable Nandutu, the Minister for Karamoja. Madam Speaker, this is a minister who is supposed to be almost resident in Karamoja. Everything that has happened has been taking time to happen up to where it has reached now. Madam Speaker, is the minister in order to say they have just taken action, yet she has been there in Karamoja and she couldn't report the state of Karamoja before things went out of hand. Is she in order?
Honorable members, I am not sure that if you're a minister of Karamoja, that you're supposed to be resident there. You're an MP of your constituency. Are you resident there? Aren't you in Kampala? What, honorable members, let's remove the blame game. Let's focus on how do we solve the problem. It should be a joint responsibility. We, the leaders, and then executive, let's solve the problem. Oshabe?
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I appreciate you for condemning the violence that happened in the university, and I think should go with all us, the leaders, that all campaigns we do in this country should be non-violent. And I think that message has gone to Uganda and they've heard it. However, Right Honourable Speaker, one of your member, Honourable Frank Kabuye, who is a member of Kasanda South and the shadow minister for youth, who could not have sat at his home when youth are involved in such wrangles, had visited the injured students in the hospital, and he was arrested. Right Honourable Speaker, this is like the fourth day, the fifth day, when Honourable Kabuye is still at Rwanda Police. Right Honourable Speaker, the law talks about 48 hours. If they preferred any cases against him, he would have been preferred to courts of law, charged in courts of law. Right Honourable Speaker, the people of Kasanda, because of the history of Honourable Sewanyana and Muhammad Segirinya, who were arrested under similar circumstances, and now it's over 7 months, are so worried that the same situation is going to happen to their member of parliament. Right Honourable Speaker, and that's a worry for us who are in opposition every time you get caught in such similar circumstances. People are so worried. So Right Honourable Speaker, whereas we are seated here, we need also to mind about our colleague. It's my prayer that Honourable Kabuye is brought before courts of law and charged, and we get to know how a man who had gone to visit the youth in hospital got into this situation. Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker.
Honourable members, Honourable Minister, we may not be aware of all the information that could have happened, but let's respect the law, have the Honourable Member produced in court, and be charged or not. Of course, as of now, the principle of innocence is still there. So let's have the member produced to court. Honourable member, stop giggling that he should be released because you don't know what the case is. Don't mislead this house. Let the law take its course and we have the truth on table.
Right Honourable, my concern is still about the issue of Karamoja. When I was in northern Uganda, I got information whereby the people are now selling their children for food, exchanging it with the remains of Kweta.
You said people are doing what?
They are now selling their children for food.
At how much?
Exchanging the children with Kweta.
I am asking at how much?
I'm talking about exchanging with remains of Kweta.
Barter trade.
That is how bad the situation is. And it was also on the news. It was also written in the Monitor publication. Now, Right Honourable, why I was insisting that we should get to the root of the problem. My suggestion is that if you can, institute a select committee that can go on the ground and bring for us a reality. Because we are talking about the number of people who have now been buried. And this is starving. It is a shame to all of us. We are leaders in this country. And there are procedures how things can be done.
I am not saying government is not doing much, but in situation where you're overwhelmed, you can declare a particular area, not the country, a disaster area. That will bring in many people from different walks of life.
Honorable members, I already made the ruling to that effect. We need to get involved as leaders. In doing our oversight role, let the members of Karamoja Parliamentary Group go and see how the food is being distributed. Let's go and watch and see food being distributed. We cannot just sit in this house when people are dying down there. Let the people go and see that the food reaches to the rightful people. Because at the end of the day, you're going to take the food to people who are not suffering. Yes, Prime Minister.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. And honorable colleagues.
Order.
Right Honorable Speaker, I wish people knew how many meetings we have had with our colleagues from Karamoja. Then I don't know whether members know that our food started reaching Karamoja the other day when you told us, the other week, even as I talk now, over 15 trucks have also gone to Karamoja. Colleagues from Karamoja can testify to this. We even went ahead and said, let the food, because these big trucks sometimes got up to the district. And our members from Karamoja, our colleagues here, suggested that, Right Honorable Speaker, that let the food go up to the sub-counties. And that is what exactly we are doing. Colleagues, when you see some of these photos, there is a photo that is circulating now as if a mother is burying a baby. That photo has been in the media for over 4 to 5 years. It is from Sudan. Yes, we are told it is from there. It has been in social media for quite some many years. So colleagues, we have to be careful. And I am telling you, it is an abuse for one to say you can sell your child. To me, I feel a mother, even if a mother is mad, the last thing a mother can do is to give in his or her child. Colleagues, I want to tell you that government and members of parliament from Karamoja and the surrounding districts, we are almost on top of the game. So I request that you give us more support like the Speaker has.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Karamoja Parliamentary Group, together with the Presidential Affairs, that is under you, you must make sure that the food reaches to the right people. Go on ground, do your oversight role. And we need a report on how far short-term, medium, and long-term plans for that area. We expect that from you, but make sure that the food is available. Food is not diverted, because I saw food being flagged off, and it should reach the rightful people. Members, in the public gallery this afternoon, we have interns attached to the Department of Legislative and Procedural Services in Parliament. You're welcome. Where are you? Stand up. No, the interns, they are there. Also, this afternoon we have students and teachers from Seta Junior, Mukono North, Mukono District, represented by Honorable Kiwanuka Abudala and Honorable Nambose. You're welcome. Where are the students? The pupils? You're welcome. Thank you for coming. This is your parliament. They are here to witness the proceedings of this house. Yes, Namita.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I heard the commitment from the Honorable Lady and Prime Minister regarding the handling of the crisis in Karamoja. But governments are not there to handle crises, but to avert them. We have a general drought in the country, Honorable Speaker, and general crop failure across the country. And I would like to get a commitment and an assurance from the Prime Minister with information in the form of statistics. For how long is government prepared to take the country through an impending, very obvious food crisis? Because I am aware from a number of members of parliament, the people they represent are already reaching out for food from members of parliament. And Right Honourable Speaker, this is probably all over the country. And I do not expect members of parliament to be taking loans to feed their communities. Will the Prime Minister inform the country how prepared the government is to feed the population, given an obvious across the country crop failure, given the long droughts? Where are the national food silos? How much tonnage is there in terms of food? And for how long can it take the country, given an obvious food crisis? Right, Honourable Speaker.
Prime Minister.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues. Right Honourable Speaker, the strategy of government changed. This government appropriated the money under contingency fund. So we keep money to avert situations. And therefore, Right Honourable Speaker, with the contingency fund that this parliament appropriated, we shall handle the situation.
Honourable members, what you want is, what strategy do you have to avert the situation in terms of drought, in terms of loss of fuel, now that we are going for election? Kenya is going for election. Do we have fuel in our reserves? So as a government, let's plan towards that and see how that can be solved, matters of national importance. Yes. Members, we have a bill. And I'm not going to spend all my time on procedure, order, the information, all those things. Can I have Namtawe Joan? Where, Joan? Joan is a matter of national importance.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I rise on matter of national importance. Is concerned the growing number of road accidents on our roads. Right Honourable Speaker, just last week, we lost a family of a police officer, Mr. Bwesije, his wife, and 3 children on Kampala-Masaka Highway. Right Honourable Speaker, the same week, we lost 5 school-going children who were knocked deadly by a speeding Toyota Wish vehicle in Sembabule district. Right Honourable Speaker, records from Uganda Police Force show that, on average, 12 lives are lost daily because of road accidents. In June 2022 alone, Right Honourable Speaker, a total of 366 people died and 1,146 sustained injuries as a result of road accidents, according to Uganda Police Force records. Right Honourable Speaker, it's my prayer that the Minister of Transport update the Parliament about the specific measures being taken to reduce road accidents and improve road safety. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. Joan has raised a very pertinent issue. Very pertinent. And this must be answered. Where is the Minister of Works? Before the Minister of Works comes, there is the Isingiro West, something related. Isingiro West, Lauben.
I'm here. Thanks, Right Honourable Speaker. I'm presenting a matter of public importance. Right Honourable Speaker, yesterday on Chikagate Kafuzo Road, a border cyclist lost his life. Right Honourable Speaker, this is the 6th person to lose life along that road. Right Honourable Speaker, Ministry of Works under UNRWA put heaps of malam along the road and they never spread it. So when people are riding at night, they bump into those heaps, hence dying. Right Honourable Speaker, the 6 people who have died, including Deus Ngabrano, who died, Tudashkayo Manuel and his wife Karen, those ones got an accident and broke their arms and their chests. Asa for Muremano, for Elso, Evaristo, Musimenchi, Commander Bashiza. So the cause of accident is negligence to UNRWA, because since April up to now they have never attended to those heaps along the road, not even putting on warning signs along the road. I submit.
Thank you, Honorable Chwero. The issue of accidents is a very serious matter. So many people are dying in accidents. Leave alone where Joan is talking about, we need a status report and action that you're taking. Yes, Honorable Chwero.
Right Honorable Speaker, honorable colleagues, first I want to thank my colleague Honorable Joan, and I also want to thank my brother from Isingro. Madam Speaker, I've just come from one corner of the country where the attention of the ministry was drawn to similar challenges, and what we realized was there are many things, including absence of road humps in some of the centers. I want to promise this House that I would come, even if it is possible tomorrow, with a comprehensive statement that captures at least what we intend to do or what we have been doing, and if we have not been doing it well, how we have organized ourselves to try to step up, particularly some interventions on the roads and also sensitization and education to the members of the public on issues of the highway code and issues of road safety in general. I promise the House that I will be able to bring this report here tomorrow.
Bring the report plus action that you intend to take on those, on what is happening, and especially on the speeding vehicles. The vehicles and then the trucks that park on the road. We lost a former member of parliament here, that was Gordon, over a car that was parked. People just park on the side of the road, which is really unfair. Akori? Akelo Beatrice Akori?
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank you for giving me opportunity to raise issues of national importance. I'm Beatrice Akela Kori, Woman MP Agago. Madam Speaker, I am up on the issues of insecurity in Agago district. But before I come to this point, allow me to thank government of Uganda for all the interventions and strategies that they are putting in place to restore peace and security in the neighboring districts, the districts neighboring Karamoja, Agago inclusive. However, a lot more need to be done. Madam Speaker, it seems the cattle rustlers are changing their tricks. They're no longer rustling for cows and animals only. They're now killing lives. Madam Speaker, on the 5th of July 2022, at around 4 p.m., one John Katongole, 38 years, from Barara, he was living with his in-laws in Umia Pachwa, sub-county Laita Parish. He was taking the animals to graze, and he was shot on the way, and he died instantly. Then on the 6th, at midnight, one Kolokelo Caesar, Opio, 57 years, he was called by the cattle rustlers at night that come out and give us the cows. He came out because from there these days they locked the cows with padlocks. So he forgot one key. He opened others. Then when he failed to open for one cow, he was shot and he died instantly. Madam Speaker, on the 16th still of this July, one called Ajalo Janet, he was shot with arrows when they came and took some goats from Lirakato sub-county, and they were making alarms so that they follow these goats and they recovered them. So when they shot her, she's still in the hospital battling for her lives. On the 17th, in Lachiakoto village, Labua Parish, Adilang sub-county, one Akor Joseph. Joseph is from Lira district, from a village called Aliek, from a parish called Aliek, Agale sub-county. He was shot in the stomach by the cattle rustlers near his heart. When these rustlers came, they were removing the goats. So he was coming to rescue the goats, they shot him and he died instantly. And on the same day, they have abducted a teacher by profession from Adrumuduong Primary School in Patongo. They got him in his garden. This teacher is called Komaket Charles, 46 years. They got him in his garden, they abducted him, they tortured him. Right now he's battling for his life in the hospital. Still yesterday, on the 18th, they killed one person called Otto Charles. When they came, Otto Charles was leading the soldiers to lay ambush on their corridor. Then they shot him, he died instantly. Madam, all this murder took place this month, and the month has not yet ended. I don't know if another strategy is not developed, my people of Agago will get finished. And all the neighboring districts, it is not only in Agago, all the neighboring districts, neighboring Karamoja sub-region.
Information.
Allowed.
Again.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am very, very grateful for my sister, the woman MP of Agago, for submitting very reliable information. Madam Speaker, to add on that, just today in the morning, over 30 head of cattle were taken by the Karamojong cattle rustlers.
Did you identify them that they were Karamojong?
Yes.
Were you part of them?
I am not part of them.
No.
But these are reliable information.
They are cattle rustlers, they are not Karamojong.
Yes, apart from that, yesterday...
First, withdraw your statement.
Madam Speaker,
they were cattle rustlers.
Today,
I am saying
a group
withdraw.
of the cattle rustlers
okay.
took over 38 of cattle from Adilang Town Council. Not only that, yesterday, Madam Speaker, another group of the cattle rustler took over 48 of cattle from Adilang sub-county. Madam Speaker, the situation is becoming volatile. Community are very scared. People are not going to the garden. Children are not going to school. Life is very difficult. Community are finding a way what can be done. Madam Speaker, it is our prayer. We need the UPDF now to deploy helicopter gunship, because some of these cattle rustlers normally use the mountain for hiding. So we are requesting for the gunship, for the UPDF to be able to help. Madam Speaker, our prayer is also that the local defense force has been taken away from the area. Now there is a new deployment of the UPDF, and most of these people doesn't know the area. We are requesting for our local people there to be empowered, because they know the footpath of these people. And that is the reason why yesterday this gentleman, Koloto, was shot, because he knew the footpath and he was helping security. So we are requesting government to empower the local people for them to be able to combat these security issues.
Honorable
That
Minister,
is our prayer. I thank you.
Prime Minister, you gave out your time. Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker.
Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the honorable members, this issue of insecurity in Agago was brought here last week by Honorable Amos, and we held meetings with the army commanders, with everybody, and the deployment is ongoing. I want to assure honorable members that the government of Uganda, under the wise leadership of His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, he even was in the area. We shall definitely go on top of this problem. I want to assure the country that we shall go on top of this problem, because we have deployed. Now, the other appeal of a member is to involve the local community. Let me go with this idea, and we involve the local community. I'm being sure that this will be history. Thank you so much.
Honorable Prime Minister, report back to the House after a week on the action you have taken. Honorable Duru Jonathan.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm raising this matter in relation to how decisions of this House and your directives are handled by the executive. Madam Speaker, you had directed the Minister for Finance, at that time represented by my brother Honorable Moses Izi, to come here with a report about the fate of the traders that lost their properties in South Sudan. This week, Madam Speaker, one of our senior citizens, the Honorable Levi Okodi Machpio, a senior presidential advisor who sold his house to start business in South Sudan, called me following up on the decision of the House and whether I have had access to the list and the list of people who have been compensated. Now that the minister is here, Madam Speaker, wouldn't it be procedurally right that this minister explains to us why, first of all, he has defied your directive to bring the list here, the list he claims is with him, and secondly, to give us an update on what is happening so that we can explain to the people who ask us questions. I thank you.
Oh, Honorable Musasisi, I thought that list was laid on table.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. It is true we made a commitment to report to this House on how far we have handled the South Sudan traders' issues. Madam Speaker, our procedures require that before we come here, we first get authorization by Cabinet. I wish to report this to this House that we have done our report, and the report is before Cabinet for consideration. After the consideration, I will bring the outcome to the House.
Did you get an addendum from South Sudan? Because what we needed was what the senior minister promised was to bring the addendum from South Sudan, to follow up on the addendum.
The Cabinet paper we have presented is a comprehensive one with everything that concerns South Sudan. I beg your indulgence that after Cabinet has considered, I come here and report to the House.
Honorable Prime Minister, I am giving a directive that a team headed by the Deputy Speaker, Leader of Opposition, Kiba Alia, and Cecilia Ogwal should go to South Sudan to bring the addendum, to make a follow-up on the addendum, and report back to this House in 2 weeks. Plus the Minister from Finance. We wait for the report from South Sudan because what is being reported is contrary to what we know. Daisy? Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this chance. Related to what he has just stated, people are talking of South Sudan, but my area neighbors Rwanda. People supplied milk, and when Rwanda closed out, people lost a lot of money. I'm wondering whether in that same paper you are considering the same group of people. The businessmen closed their businesses, they lost all the money and they cannot access it up today. I have a list of people who are asking and I have nothing to do. So I hope, Honorable Musasiza, and I'm sure even your constituents suffer the same. You are considering not only South Sudan business people, but also people from those who lost money from Rwanda. I thank you.
Let's first handle what came first. Bring up what has also come up. Because we'll also have Congo, we should also have Tanzania and Kenya, whichever. Honorable Daisy?
Right, Speaker. I press on record my appreciation too for this opportunity to present an issue of national importance for my constituency. I'm bringing it to the attention.
Minister of Education, listen to Honorable Daisy, because it's related to you.
I'm bringing it to the attention of this August House that there is a very serious management problem in one of the strategic institutions in this country that provides education opportunities for possibilities in this country. That strategic institution is called Bari Secondary School for the Deaf. It is very strategic in the sense that in this country we only have 2 secondary schools for the deaf. Therefore, this institution serves the whole country. Right on, Speaker. We have evidence that the Ministry of Education is aware of the problems that have been going on in the school. However, the Ministry is reluctant to take action. We don't know where the problem lies. Therefore, we have come here. We have come before you, the representatives of the people in this country, to implore the minister responsible for education to go and to mind and take action to ensure that this school is saved. The ministry did send a team to investigate the problems in this school about 1 year ago. A very good report was produced. I have a copy and I'm going to lay it on table. For more than a year, the ministry has been reluctant to implement these very good recommendations. Madam Speaker, as I speak right now, the former staff members of this school have dragged the school to court. The school has ignored the summons from the court. This is a very, very serious matter. Therefore, Madam Speaker, our prayers are that this August staff orders the Minister responsible for education to implement the recommendation from the report and also take measures to save the school from collapse. I beg to lay on table the report from the ministry relating to the investigation carried out by the ministry itself. I also beg to lay on table documents indicating that Mbale Secondary School for the Deaf and the ministry have been reluctant to go to court. Beg to lay on table.
Thank you so much, Honorable Daisy and Honorable Minister of Education. Please lay on table what you have. Switch on. Switch on.
There are two documents among on table. The first document is entitled The Republic of Uganda, Report on the Disagreements by the Management at Mbale School for the Deaf, July 2021, from Ministry of Education and Sports. I beg to read on table.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I also beg to read on table a document from Mbale Magistrates Court, clearly indicating that the school has been unable or is reluctant to respond to the summons issued by the courts.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Alex.
And I think, Madam Speaker, for record purposes, I believe it is important for you to allow me to share a copy of this report with my colleague, the Minister of Education and Sports, who happens to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, I've received the reports. I'll study these reports and all the documents laid on table and I get back to this House. But Right Honorable Speaker, of course, it's true we've not been having enough education institutions to cater for all Ugandans. But now, in our new strategy, we are planning to provide education institutions for everybody. We want to see that everybody, whether you have whatever disabled or what, we are trying to provide for them. Right Honorable Speaker, I just want to pray that you give me time. I'll come back and give a comprehensive report about it. Right Honorable Speaker, may I also use the same opportunity to thank you dearly from the Ministry of Education for recognizing, appreciating the good work done by our brothers Cheprimo and Cheptegei recently. Thank you very much for that support. That encourages our people here to put in a lot of effort. I want to thank you.
Thank you. I love you need.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. The issues raised by the Honourable Alex Ndezi is very, very sticky. I am only humbled by the not so conclusive commitment of my dear friend and mentor, Dr. Miingo. But the statement I want to make, Right Honourable Speaker, is that the state of these specialized schools is referring to, it was referring to a particular school, but it's a nationwide problem. In Masaka City, we have a school for the disabled, and for several decades it's neglected and actually dilapidated. It wasn't for the vigilancy of the leaders in the community. The land grabbers that have turned their act into art form had really targeted this land because they see neglect. I'd like to request through you that the Honourable Minister comprehensively probably submits on each of the individual schools and action to be taken to really make them schools that are respectful of the plight and the specialized requirements of our people that have specialized learning requirements, because as a people that are able, we owe them a duty of care through making sure that their service centers are properly facilitated. But I can speak to the neglect of these schools. We cannot speak about their needs in general terms because their needs cannot be immediately changed. We can only make provision through their unique needs. And at the moment, in education, with due respect to the Honourable Minister, we need to have a very firm commitment, and probably do not ask for tomorrow to return. You need probably to go out and even get to understand the individual needs of each of those institutions, because they are in a very terrible state. Ask for more time to come and report on each of them. Ask your DEOs to report about them so that you can come to this house and we give you support to really lift these institutions that we can offer respect to these citizens that require specialized training, because the equipment is not there, the facilities, toilets are dilapidated. It's real humbling, Right Honourable Speaker, and I would like to ask of the Minister to be unequivocal in the nature of commitment he wants to make to this House. Thank you.
Honourable Minister, give us a report and strategies of how to increase this kind of centers, and then resolve the issue that is there, which should have been resolved out of court, because now they have been taking the institution to court and people are suffering. So give us a report to that effect. Next item.
Item 3.
Yes, procedure matter.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'll put on a mask. Okay, Madam Speaker, I thank you for your leadership. Madam Speaker, governance, and specifically good governance, is the ability to detect a problem before it becomes a crisis. Madam Speaker, you raised the fact that you've been reaching out to government to ensure that they put concrete plans, as far as addressing disaster-inclined problems. Madam Speaker, I raise on a procedural issue that globally, Parliament is supposed to lead. And Madam Speaker, I'm seeking your guidance
on a procedural issue. That if we can come up with a committee on climate change, a committee on ICT. Madam Speaker, my procedural issue is derived from Rule 191. And before I get there, I'm wondering, Madam Speaker, whether we as Parliament cannot explore the possibility of coming up with a committee, and I would be specific to call this committee Disaster Management, Preparedness, Mitigation, and Resilient Committee. Because, Madam Speaker, disaster knocks on the doors unknown. Madam Speaker, would we procedurally be right for us to come up with a committee? Because this is a national need. You're talking about a fuel, which is descending a crisis, a national crisis in our country. That will be covered under. And if that is not the case, Madam Speaker, Rule 191, ad hoc committees. The House may at any time on the advice of the Business Committee appoint an ad hoc committee to invest any matter of public importance that does not come under...
Honorable Member, I want to refer you to Rule 71, a close of a debate. A debate was closed on disaster. We are now on another item. And secondly, Rule 191 talks about ad hoc committee. We cannot have an ad hoc committee when we have a committee of presidential affairs. We already made a ruling to that effect. We said it should, a committee of presidential affairs must handle this thing. And secondly, you cannot take us back to debate on what has passed. Next item.
Item 3, bills first reading. Item 3.1.
Honorable Nsereko came to this House to seek for leave on 15th February 2022. This House granted Honorable Nsereko to introduce a computer misuse amendment bill. As you are aware, Section 79 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015 and Rule 118 of the Rules of Procedure requires that a certificate of financial implication must be accompanied when you're coming for the first reading. On 22nd February 2022, the Clerk to Parliament wrote to Permanent Secretary to Treasury requesting for a certificate of financial implication for Computer Misuse Amendment Bill 2022. In response to the clerk's letter, the PSST wrote back on 25th March 2022, advising the member to liaise with the Minister of ICT and National Guidance to arrive at an estimated cost implementation of the law. In my considered opinion, this was a deviation from the law. Deriving the cost estimates is not upon the member who is introducing the bill. Bringing a private member's bill is a constitutional matter, and it is a right to a member of Parliament. So in this case, the PSST did not guide well. The guidance of the PSST is only setting a bad precedence to members of Parliament. All of you have a right to introduce private members' bills, so long as they are good for this country. And this is pursuant to Article 94, 4B of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda. Honorable members, Section 76 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015 on cost estimates of bills to place as follows. Every bill introduced in Parliament shall be accompanied by a certificate of financial implication issued by the Minister. The certificate of financial implication issued under subsection 1 shall indicate the revenue and expenditures over the period not less than 2 years. The role of a minister is therefore to study the provisions of the proposed law and then the attendant cost implications to implications. Once passed, the issue of certificate of financial implication does not now arise. The modalities of establishing the cost implication of the bill is entirely the preserve of PSST, not the private member. Honorable members, I have noted this anomaly, and it has affected so many of our members who want to introduce private members' bills. I therefore guide as follows. The requirement of issuance of a certificate of financial implication as per section 76 of the Public Finance Management Act is mandatory, and the certificate must be issued by the Minister responsible of Finance in accordance to Section 2 and Section 3 of 76 of the Public Finance Management Act. The certificate of financial implication must indicate the estimates of revenue and expenditure over the period not less than 2 years after coming into effect of the bill when it is passed, and the impact of the bill on the economy. The law does not empower the minister not to issue the certificate of financial implication. The minister is required to issue a certificate of financial implications within 60 days. Failure to that, the member will continue. I therefore ask Honorable Nsereko to come and read this bill.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members. Pursuant to Rule 122 of our Rules of Procedure, Sub-Rule 3, Honourable Members, the bill has been published and it was gazetted, and the copy here too is present. And therefore, without wasting time, Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members, I move that a bill entitled the Computer Misuse Amendment Bill 2022 be read for the first time, a copy of which I have here. And with your intervention, Right Honourable Speaker, I beg to lay the copy on the table.
Thank you. Please lay. The bill is referred to the Committee of ICT and National Guidance pursuant to Rule 129 of the Rules of Procedure.
The Computer Misuse Amendment Bill 2022. Item 3.2. The Parliamentary Pensions Amendment Bill 2022.
Honorable Rokajara, Honorable members, on 19th April 2022, this House granted Honorable Rokajara Arenaitre to introduce a Parliamentary Pension Amendment Bill 2022. Can you go ahead and lay? And incidentally, this bill was given a certificate of financial implication and it is attached. So we are wondering why it should be discriminative.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker and honourable members, I beg to move that the bill entitled the Parliamentary Pension Scheme Amendment Bill 2022 be read for the first time. And I have a copy. I beg to read a copy of the bill, Right Honourable Speaker.
The Parliamentary Pensions Amendment Bill 2022.
The bill is...
Right Honorable Speaker, accompanied by a copy, a certificate of financial implications as required under the Section 76 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015 and Rule 118 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament. I beg to read the certificate of financial implication, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. The bill is duly referred to the Committee of Legal and Parliamentary Affairs and this is pursuant to Rule 129 of the Rules of Procedure. Thank you. Honorable Rokajara, next item.
Item 4, Bill's second reading, the Public Health Amendment Bill 2021.
Honorable members, the Public Health Amendment Bill 2021 was read for the first time on the 3rd February 2022 and referred to the Committee of Health. The committee is ready to report. The ministers are ready to present their bill. Chair, Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the bill entitled the Public Health Amendment Bill 2021 be read for the second time.
Is the bill seconded? Seconded by Honorable Bahaji, Honorable Musasisi, Honorable everybody by the whole House. Thank you. Thank you. Honorable Minister, would you love to speak to your bill on the objects of the bill?
Right Honorable Speaker, the object of this bill is to amend the Public Health Act, to repeal the obsolete provisions, because since then we have had other laws, to revise the fines for offenses committed under the Act, to repeal the provisions on venereal diseases, building and constructions and public sewers, which are in other laws, and to repeal the Venereal Disease Act Cap 284 and the Immunization Act and place it in the Public Health Amendment Bill. The Public Health Act Cap 281, Right Honorable Speaker, was enacted in 1935 and has never been amended. The bill therefore seeks to address the emerging public health challenges, including the new and emerging infectious diseases, like the current one that is still running, the COVID-19, and the numerous Ebola outbreaks that we have had. It is premised on the public health response structures and mechanisms in the National Technical Guidelines for Disease Surveillance and Response of the Ministry of Health, and domesticates the World Health Organization International Health Regulations 2005 to control the spread of infectious diseases across the borders of Uganda, and to provide public health response mechanism that will not disrupt international trade and travel. It also addresses public health issues within the country, including a few like environmental, hygiene and sanitation, nutrition, and many others. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to submit.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I note we have two reports. We have the main report and then we have a majority report signed by two people. And of course, all that will form our debate, and how I wish our debate should actually go to committee level, which is the gist of the matter. Can we first hear the major report? Give us an abstract, a summary. This was uploaded in the system. It is in the system. Honorable, you may. I'm saying let's have an abstract. We have over 100 clauses in this bill.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. For the record, my name is Dr. Charles Ayume, Chairperson of the Committee on Health. Right Honourable Speaker, I beg to lay the report of the Committee on the Public Health Amendment Bill 2021.
Please lay.
I beg to lay, and its appendages, which are the minutes. Right Honourable Speaker.
Please lay.
Right Honourable Speaker, as the Honourable Minister said, this bill is 87 years old. I beg to skip the introduction part of my report, of the committee report, and maybe just a background to the bill, Right Honourable Speaker, is this bill has 16 parts, and most of this bill is in relation to communicable diseases. That's part 3 to part 8, while part 9 to part 15 is about environmental health, food safety, proper disposal of human remains, and part 15 contains the general provisions. Right Honourable Speaker, as the Minister said, Uganda is a signatory to the WHO International Health Regulations of 2005, which require all member states to review their public health laws to enable domestication of regulations. Right Honourable Speaker, in addition to the objectives of the bill, the committee thought that the nomenclature used in the bill, in the Act, needs to be revised. It has been overtaken by events. Right Honourable Speaker, Objective 5 also seeks to embrace a One Health approach to disease surveillance and response. Right Honourable Speaker, Section 4, justification for the bill. Bullet 1, there is a need to address emerging public health threats, as earlier mentioned. Over the years, new infections like hemorrhagic fevers, Ebola, Marburg, Crimean Congo, avian influenza, and most recently COVID-19 have taken center stage of global health. New drivers of spread of diseases have emerged while others have evolved. These include, but not limited to, increase in population, improved and faster transport means, and contact with domestic and wild animals. The spread of infectious diseases has to be controlled by revising and strengthening preventive measures. Non-communicable diseases are on the increase in terms of morbidity and mortality. Cancers, cardiovascular diseases, accidents, diabetes, mental health, pulmonary conditions have not only caused physical infirmity and death, but also have become costly to households and the government. The paradox is that most of these conditions are preventable. Right Honourable Speaker, as had been alluded to in the submission by one of our colleagues. Enactment of the law will lead to domestication of the WHO International Health Regulations. Fines have become mild due to inflation over the years. Right Honourable Speaker, immunization is one of the most effective public health interventions. The evidence supporting this is declaration by WHO in 1980 that smallpox in humans had been eradicated, with the last case being reported in 1977, that was in Somalia. The Organization on Animal Health, which is the equivalent of the animal WHO, declared that rinderpest, which is found in cattle and other herbivores, had been eradicated. There had been years of widespread immunization and disease surveillance programs around the world. This remains among the most notable and profound public health successes in history. Right Honorable Speaker, this law was enacted before decentralization, and right now in 1995 the Constitution of 1995 included decentralization. So there is need to link the administration of this act between the central and local governments. Right Honorable Speaker, I had talked about the new emerging infections. I beg to move to the methodology. 5.1, we held meetings with the following entities. The list is very long, Right Honorable Speaker. This bill drew a lot of attention, attracted a lot of attention, and I would encourage members to quickly peruse through that list without having to read through it. However, Right Honorable Speaker, we did not, much as we sent invitations out to some key players, they did not turn up, and one of them was the Ministry of Defense and Veterans Affairs. I have it on good authority when I was a practicing doctor that the first cases of Ebola, index cases, were soldiers returning from Democratic Republic of Congo. So I think it would have been better for our colleagues from the ministry to attend and know what our thoughts are in regard to this bill. Right Honorable Speaker, 5.2, we received written memoranda from the following. There were individuals and associations. And then we also had presentations in 5.3 from the Coalition of Civil Society. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move to 6.0, which is the committee observations and recommendations. The Public Health Amendment Bill has 93 clauses, while the Act had about 138 sections. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee observed that some of the nomenclature used in the Act is not in conformity with the current practices, science or governance, and therefore recommends that it has to be repealed or substituted. Establishment of Advisory Board of Health. Clause 6 repeals Section 8 of the Principal Act about establishment of the Advisory Board of Health. The committee therefore recommends that Section 8 should be deleted but substituted with the local authority health boards, whose membership will be determined by the minister responsible for health. Right Honorable Speaker, supremacy of the public health law in relation to related legislation. Health is at the center of many sectors, but the committee recommends that the Public Health Act should remain the supreme law on matters pertaining to public health. The minister's power to declare notifiable diseases. Section 10 of the Principal Act gives the powers to the minister to declare notifiable diseases. It reads, the minister may, by statutory order, Right Honorable Speaker, Bullet A, Bullet B, and Bullet C. I beg not to run through them. But the committee's recommendation is that the minister responsible for health shall consult other relevant ministries like agriculture, animal industry, water and the environment, tourism, wildlife and antiquities, among others, before declaring that a disease is of public health concern. We are trying to promote the One Health approach towards public health. Destruction of infected materials or articles. Clause 11 of the bill, which amends Section 14 of the Principal Act, requires that before any infected beddings, clothes, materials, or articles are destroyed, the medical officer shall first obtain a court order. Right Honorable Speaker, some of these diseases move like bushfires. Obtaining a court order in our current setting may not be practicable. So the committee recommends that the requirement for a court order to destroy infected materials or articles should be waived from the bill. Instead, local authorities should grant the medical officer power to destroy the infected articles or materials. The committee further recommends that the word infected be replaced with contaminated. Damage to articles during decontamination. Right Honourable Speaker, Clause 12 seeks to repeal Section 15 of the Principal Act about damage to articles during disinfection. This section states that when any article is damaged during disinfection, no compensation shall be payable if suitable methods of disinfection have been employed and due to care all reasonable precautions have been taken to prevent unnecessary avoidable damage. Right Honourable Speaker, the committee recommends that in the unfortunate event that materials or articles are damaged during the process of decontaminating them, no compensation shall be provided to the owner unless the damage was occasioned by carelessness. Provisions of means of disinfection. This is still under Clause 12. The bill seeks to repeal Section 17 of the Principal Act about the requirement for the local authority to provide means of disinfection, like a place and necessary apparatus as free service in the spirit of infection control. The committee recommends that government should still hold responsibility of providing means of disinfection, contaminated materials or articles to curb the spread of infectious diseases. Provision of conveyance of infected persons and things. Conveyance, Right Honourable Speaker, is transportation. Clause 12 of the bill seeks to repeal Section 18 of the Principal Act about provision of conveyance for infected persons or things. The committee recommends that transportation of infected persons should be done by government, which shall meet the cost as well. Therefore, Section 18 of the Act should not be repealed. Removal to hospital of an infected person. The spirit is the same, Right Honourable Speaker. The committee recommends that the word hospital should be replaced with health facility. Title of Part 7, that is vaccination. Right Honourable Speaker, Right Honourable Speaker, in the Act, title of Part 7 reads smallpox. As I had been mentioned, Right Honourable Speaker, that smallpox was declared not a public health threat by WHO in 1980. So the Act, the bill chose to replace the word smallpox with vaccination. However, Right Honourable Speaker, the committee recommends that the word vaccination as proposed in the Public Health Act should be replaced with immunization. Hence, the title of Part 7 should read immunization. Right Honourable Speaker, immunization, vaccination, inoculation, most times are used interchangeably, but there is a difference, with vaccination being the act and immunization being the act plus a series of internal processes that whose output is immunity. So the committee thought immunization is much better since it encompasses all. Vaccination of children. Clause 31 of the bill requires all children from birth to 12 months to be fully vaccinated against the childhood immunizable diseases. There are 10 diseases, the second schedule of the Immunization Act, and they include TB, polio, diphtheria, pertussis, tetanus, hepatitis, and so on. The committee recommends that immunization of children for the routine immunization remains mandatory, as is the law in the Immunization Act of 2017. Right Honourable Speaker, we were talking about...
Yes,
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, considering the fact that as the whole House we still have also to dissolve ourselves into a committee stage. Want it to be procedure right? The chairperson of the committee explains to us more of those clauses or reads them. Now when we are considering clause by clause, when the whole House is considering the whole bill at committee stage.
So what are you suggesting?
What I'm suggesting is that the
You
chairperson summarizes.
Then we go to committee.
And then we get to committee.
So
I beg
that,
to propose that
because not all of us are medics, so you need to explain to us those things of vaccination. We may be hearing it for the first time. So can you summarize, then we go and you'll explain. Close.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. I slowed it a bit down on immunization because it was one of the most contentious issues when we invited people. So that's why I tried to slow it down to give the thoughts of the committee in relation to the findings. Right Honourable Speaker, the issue of mandatory vaccination, Right Honourable Speaker, we need to distinguish the childhood immunizable diseases, which are in the Immunization Act 2017. To this date, nobody has complained about that. To the ones whereby there is immunization of diseases. Now, Right Honourable Speaker, that is the area of contestation, and including a number of people we interacted with. Right Honourable Speaker, on the issue of mass vaccination, the clause 39 of the bill seeks to substitute, that's on page 16, seeks to substitute the provisions of section 47 of the Principal Act about emergency vaccination of population in areas threatened with smallpox and etc. The committee recommends that the safety and efficacy of a vaccine should be administered in the country. To be administered in the country should be first approved by the Cabinet. A system for reporting adverse effects of vaccines should be established. The government should provide vaccines and related services free of charge. Government should provide all the necessary information and education about any disease and the vaccine. However, in the event that all measures are taken by government to provide all the necessary information, education, and make vaccines accessible, and where a disease is of grave public health concern so as to jeopardize the safety of the community, sanctions against those who deliberately refuse without any valid explanation, and those who promote a smear campaign will come into effect. Right Honourable Speaker, much as there are people who object to vaccination, there are also people who want to live in a sanitized environment. So we have to coexist, science and human rights. Right Honourable Speaker, non-communicable diseases. In our report, we agree with the bill to repeal Part 8, which is about venereal diseases, the Venereal Disease Act of 1977. Venereal diseases are no longer a grave public health threat with the discovery of so many antibiotics like penicillin. However, we thought the committee recommends that Part 8 should be titled Non-communicable diseases. Right Honourable Speaker, the non-communicable diseases like mental health, injuries, cardiovascular, diabetes, cancers, pulmonary conditions are on the rise and right now account for 34% of the cases we see of illness. Right Honourable Speaker, regulation of mortuaries, funeral homes and related services. The committee rejects the proposal to repeal Section 107 and Section 108 that talks about, in the Principal Act, that talks about mortuaries, and instead introduced 107BA to be introduced to regulate mortuaries, funeral homes, and related services. Funeral homes, Right Honorable Speaker, are not regulated. And one time they came to my office asking for right of way of their cars. Government's obligation to provide health services. Principle 20 of the National Objectives and Directive Principles of State Policy of the Constitution. Right Honorable Speaker, I would encourage members to read that bit. But the committee recommends, therefore, that a new clause be inserted immediately after Clause 74 to indicate government's obligations in public health, like access to health services by all persons, including women, children, and persons with disabilities. Repeal of general provisions of the Principal Act. The committee recommends that Section 120 should be repealed and other sections under Part 15 retained. As I conclude, the need to regulate recreation facilities and beauty parlors. The committee noted that there are many recreation facilities in urban areas and peri-urban areas which attract large crowds of people. These areas are potential drivers of spread of disease in case one gets an infectious person amidst them. The committee recommends that since Section 121 of the Principal Act is about supervision of importation of manufacture of vaccines, this provision will be repealed since vaccines are under the National Drug Authority Act. This should now be replaced with regulation of recreation facilities and beauty parlors. Right Honorable Speaker, in Table 1, the penalties in the Public Health Act are spelled out clearly there. I beg I do not read through them individually, but as I had read in the preamble that most of the penalties do not apply. They have been overtaken by inflation. We are still using 200 shillings, 300 shillings. So we revised these aspects, and there are quite many, so I beg not to read them. Right Honorable Speaker, thank you very much, and I'm very aware that there was a minority report that was introduced to me by the Shadow Minister, and thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much, Chairman of the Committee, Dr. Yume. I have had a chance to look at the minority report. One of the issues of dissent is on codification and inclusion of the rights and responsibilities of patients and health providers. And of course, this is coming in Clause 9.2 of the Principal Act. And of course, it talks about the users and the patients' rights. And I would like to guide that the patient's rights and responsibilities is better housed in a standalone legislation. That's what I would think. And I'm aware the member who has signed the minority report has a bill before me that is supposed to come under the patient's rights and responsibilities. I am going to give the member space in the order paper to bring that bill, and should be housed alone. Then 2, the repeal of Sanitary Board without replacing them with equivalent bodies. By the time of the law that was made 87 years back, matters of hygiene and sanitation was exclusively under the Health Department. Today the functions are under the various responsibilities, say Ministry of Water, Environment, and other government entities. So that is covered in other ministries. And then 3, repealing the advisory board for health. The committee seeks to retain the advisory board. Then the local authorities, the bill has sought to repeal that. It's repealing it. It's not leaving it there. And then compulsory vaccination of adults, that should be debated at committee level. Because I don't want to commit on that, that is at committee level.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members of Parliament, allow me to deliver to you the minority report on the Public Health Amendment Bill 2021, moved under Rule 205 of the Rules of Procedure. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, on behalf of the members of the Committee on Health who have signed this minority report, I would like to state from the onset that we are proud of the immense effort and work that went into the majority report, which took care of the majority of our positions and proposals, and will go a long way in improving health care management and delivery in Uganda. I'll go straight to the areas of dissent. We dissented in 4 areas. The first was on the codification and inclusion of the following in the bill. Number 1, the patient's rights and duties. Number 2, the health service providers' rights and duties. Secondly, we dissented on the idea of repealing of sanitary boards without replacing them with equivalent bodies. Thirdly, we dissented on the idea of repealing the advisory board of health. And finally, we dissented on the compulsory vaccination of adults. So on codification of rights and duties of patients, we propose to insert a new section. But as you've guided, Right Honorable Speaker, that you also equally see it important that patients should have rights and government should be obliged to deliver healthy care. We can consider it coming as a standalone law such that we beef it up properly. Otherwise, Ministry of Health equally also saw need of addressing this gap, and in 2009, having realized that in the 1995 Constitution, the right to health or government's obligation to deliver health is not expressed, it is only implied in the Constitution. So there was that gap, and Ministry of Health came up with the Patients Charter in 2009, and it was our desire to use this opportunity where we are amending a law that is as old as 1935, such that we now make the Charter an enforceable tool by inserting it in here. But it can come as a standalone law. Going to the second item that we dissented on, you can be on page, go to page 2, go to page 3. Page 3.2, repealing the sanitary boards. The majority committee resolved that the sanitary boards provided under the principal law in section 4 be repealed. Our recommendation is that let us modify the provision in this principal act to have sanitary boards replaced with authority or local government health management boards, and these should operate on a permanent basis. The justification for this, I'll rush you to page 11 so that we conclude with this area of dissent. Page 11. So the justification is that the district health management boards should be permanent and always in existence to oversee and supervise health care delivery and promotion in the district. COVID-19 has exposed us to understand how better we can manage these health insurgencies. In COVID-19, we had ad hoc committees. You had RDC heading a health intervention body, or committee at the districts. So we want to transition from this nature to have permanent bodies that actually also drive the preventive medical agenda as well as the curative but preventive of healthy promotion, healthy prevention, and that calls for this to be a permanent body that is recognized. Thirdly, we dissented, going to the third area of dissent, going to the third area of dissent, that is clause 6, we propose, that is page 11, to move together. We propose that section 8 of the Parent Act should not be repealed as amended to provide for an ad hoc national health advisory boards. Here, we all agreed with the majority that we should maintain the boards. Where we departed is when the majority decided that let the board be ad hoc, the National Advisory Board. Rather than repealing it, we agreed that we maintain it, but the majority wants it to be ad hoc. It is called upon as and when need arises. For us, we are saying let it be permanent, because it's important to notice that we've now moved from an output based budget to a program-based budget. We have so many ministries contributing to human capital development where Ministry of Health is contributing. The budget to that is 7.7 trillion. When you have so many players contributing towards one thing, you always want them to have a place where their minds and ideas converge. So we see it important that having a board would actually enable Uganda deliver on the program-based budgeting system, the new approach that the country has now taken on. Otherwise, we are still in the old system of, doing things in silos, Ministry of Health running alone and all that. But most importantly, it is also important to realize that Ministry of Health has already an existing structure which mimics what we are looking at. This is the Healthy Policy Advisory Committee. This committee is in there. So this committee has no law to back it up, to establish it. So if this committee, the work of this committee is now taken up by the National Advisory Board, which is provided for in the Constitution by the way we are suggesting, then things can be better. And boards are nothing but governance. World Health Organization, to which we subscribe, has established a healthy care system structure.
Can you be brief? We have a long way to go.
Okay. Yeah, final on this. I'm saying that by going by the advice we are giving, we shall conform to the requirements of World Health Organization. We shall have a governance structure which is established or provided for by the law. Lastly, on the issue of vaccination, so on the issue of vaccination...
Can we discuss vaccination at committee stage?
I can give a brief on our mind, such that members can have our thoughts while debating. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. As per the World Health Organization guidance, compulsory vaccination should be the last resort. It should only be done after government has identified important ethical considerations and caveats that should be explicitly evaluated and discussed through ethical analysis. We are alive to the importance of mass vaccination in certain contexts, when it may be the only option to deliver the public good of public health, but at the same time, we are cautious to the sanctity of the right to consent to medical procedures. As laid down by the World Health Organization, ethical considerations of necessity and proportionality, sufficient evidence of vaccine safety, sufficient evidence of vaccine effectiveness and efficacy, sufficient supply, public trust, and ethical processes of decision-making should all be satisfied for compulsory vaccination to be allowed. Less of that, it becomes non-compliant to WHO. We therefore propose that if the possibility of compulsory vaccination has to be maintained, the law should require the minister to draft the regulations and guidelines for the same and seek parliamentary approval before they can take effect. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, we request you to consider and support the minority report.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, do you have anything to say, especially on compulsory vaccination, which is very contentious?
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. I have two issues to say. One, depending on the disease that we are vaccinating, there may be need for compulsory vaccinations. And there will be release of a statutory instrument to that effect. Number two, regarding the advisory boards, Right Honorable Speaker, advisory boards are better when they are ad hoc because different outbreaks do require different expertise. You cannot use permanent boards. The scientists will be different, so we need flexibility in the system. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, you want to debate on the report? Honorable Minister, are you cognizant of the fact that in some countries there has been some court rulings in effect to mass vaccination, compulsory vaccination? For instance, in Brazil, the Supreme Court has already ruled that it is legal for local governments to make COVID vaccination mandatory, while specifying citizens cannot fiscally be forced, but you can have the regulations that you enforce, but rather than making it a compulsory thing.
Right Honorable Speaker, you are absolutely right. We are not forcing, but we shall have regulations towards that effect.
So we are not putting it as a mandatory. Members, you need to understand this very well. You're not going to have it as a mandatory, but you're going to have regulations that should.
Yes, yes, Right Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Patrick.
Right Honorable Speaker, we are at a critical stage of legislation. We desire that the minister comes up open and join the team that do not want mandatory vaccination, because this, the way she's talking, it looks like she's not for it, and she says we will introduce certain things.
Patrick,
we are inviting you, Honorable
Patrick,
Minister.
That is a clause that we are going to.
Yes, we are inviting her at this stage, Right Honorable Speaker. At this stage, we want to inform the committee and the Right Honorable Minister there is no reason why we subject Ugandans to mandatory vaccination of any nature. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, now we have started the committee stage.
Procedure. Madam Speaker, before we go, I would like us to, in consideration of Rule 228, given the nature of the presentation by the chair of the committee and the minority report, that you direct that this report be published in the Hansard as it is, given that it is not, because our Rule 228 says that the Hansard will capture it word for word, and I know that they presented, they skipped some. So let that first go, because this is a very important step in processing a bill.
Clark,
so
can you have this uploaded as it is, and whatever he said is recorded as it is? in the Hansard. Yes, Sarah, not Atkins.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to thank the committee for the report and the ministry finally. I remember when I was in the sector, this is one of the bills that we really were working on. Finally, it is here. And Right Honourable Speaker, I want to really appreciate that investing in health is one of the most direct routes for us to have or create a healthy population. And Right Honourable Speaker, the benefits of vaccination are known. We've been able to deal with diseases, the childhood killer diseases like measles, like polio, which we have eradicated, smallpox and others. And therefore, Right Honourable Speaker, it is okay for us to compulsorily immunize children so that we can protect them against those known killer diseases.
The 10 diseases.
Yes, it is okay. However, Right Honourable Speaker, I want to request that in dealing with this bill, we should look at two sides. There is the health side and also the human rights side. And this is where we have to be careful when we are passing this bill and using the word shall. Let us critically examine. For example, when you talk about compulsory vaccination, Right Honourable Speaker, COVID experience is still fresh in our minds. In my own village, Right Honourable Speaker, a lady was forced to have the COVID vaccine. She had gone to the trading center to buy fish. She did not leave to have that fish for dinner. And I remember, yes, she passed on. And therefore, Right Honourable Speaker, I remember even sharing with the minister. And therefore, Right Honourable Speaker, let's be careful not to make adult vaccination compulsory. Otherwise, I do support the bill, Right Honourable Speaker. It is an important bill that will help us in dealing with some of the public health.
Thank you so much, Honourable Minister. The members just want a commitment from you that it's not what, you know, for us, we are not health people.
Right Honourable Speaker, vaccines, when they are brought into the country, they are brought when they have been proven to be safe and efficacious. This is confirmed by the World Health Organization and as well tested by our regulatory authority in country. Vaccination of adults is not an easy thing, and I will give you two examples. This Parliament directed that we vaccinate adults for hepatitis B. To date, the response has been poor. First dose was very good, subsequent doses very poor. Likewise, vaccinating adults for COVID-19 has been an uphill task. Therefore, we cannot make the vaccination of adults compulsory. We advise them to get vaccinated in the interests of their health. But for children, Right Honourable Speaker, for the diseases that have been confirmed to be necessary for vaccination, I do agree with Honourable Sarah.
Are you looking after cows by standing? Are you looking after cows? Honourable Member, the Minister has clarified that you cannot force people into mandatory vaccination. Adults. However, for the children, there are those sickness, the vaccinations that are mandatory. And of course, you cannot vaccinate a child without a consent of a mother or a parent. That is what has been happening. And that is that. And honorable members, yes, Dr. You may have something to say.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. I just wanted to provide some information that Part 3 of the Immunization Act 2017, which was enacted during the 10th Parliament, reads other immunizable diseases. And Section 10 reads administrations of vaccines in extraordinary cases. And it clearly spells out when these vaccines will be administered. Where a person has not been vaccinated, in case of an epidemic, when there is danger of entry of transmissible diseases into the country, whenever so required. But most importantly, Right Honourable Speaker, subsection 2 says the minister shall determine whether the vaccination required under subsection 1 shall be mandatory or not. So I think this is one of the safety nets. It's not mandatory. There will be determination. And Right Honourable Speaker, we have an immunization technical advisory group called UNITAG, NITAG, and the minister consults them from time to time. This is a technical scientific group. Thank you very much.
Honourable members, the issues of immunization are included in the Immunization Act 2017. And as you've heard, the Section 10, Section 3 is on immunization of children. And when you look at it, it talks about the immunization, which is, as per the advice, is not mandatory. And I think that should not be an issue of worry. Yes?
Madam Speaker, when you read Section 39,
of what?
Of the bill. Clause 39 of the bill. Madam Speaker, I can read. And we determine whether this is mandatory or not mandatory, because we are still debating, but they are confusing us that it is not mandatory. But what is in the text is mandatory.
I thought you were going to committee stage where you will either remove or leave it.
Madam Speaker, that at debate level we can process this, and when we reach there we just remove.
We have already resolved that issue. That is not mandatory. And we are going to delete it.
Thank you.
Because it's provided for under the Immunization Act. Honourable members, I put a question that the Public Health Amendment Bill 2021 be read for the second time. Those in favour say unto the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
The Public Health Amendment Bill 2021, Bills Committee stage. Clause 1.
I put a question that Clause 1 stands part of the bill. Those in favour say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
Clause 2, can we stand over Clause 2 and go to the next clause, then we will come back to it in case we have other.
Right Honourable Speaker, the committee seeks to amend Section 1
Clause
of
2 stood over.
Clause 3.
Clause 3, Chair.
Repeal of Section 4 of the Principal Acts. Right Honourable Speaker, the justification is that sanitary boards play a critical role in the public health and should be strengthened rather than abolished.
Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker, the sanitary boards are captured under the Local Government Act, second schedule, parts 2 and 3, and all these actions of sanitation and hygiene were devolved to the local governments in the 1995 Constitution, so it is now a responsibility of the local governments. So right Honourable Speaker, we don't need to maintain it in the Public Health Act.
So it's a deletion. Shadow?
Yeah, thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. At the time this bill was drafted in 1935, there was nothing close to COVID, but with the exposure of COVID-19 and what we saw the Minister of Health doing, where she instituted the COVID-19 task force headed by the RDC, if COVID is a lesson to be taken to inform our future decisions, we find it important to have boards at the district level which are provided for by the law. We do know that Ministry of Health is going to form a board, but the difference between the board is going to form and the board we are advocating for is that this one will be anchored in the law. It will be supported by the law. So we do ask and implore members that let us institute governance, a pillar which is well outlined in the health systems of World Health Organization. It's one of the 6 pillars. There are only 6. Governance is one of the pillars. If we have it at national level, let it be at district level. Through this pillar of governance, we shall drive the mandate of public health, of preventive health care. We shall see that the VHTs, the village health teams, the community health extension workers are well managed, well coordinated. The people we have apparently in the structure are technical people who are really very busy with their day-to-day life. The people doing governance are non-existent. They are only called upon as and when the need is there. So we want now a law today that anchors governance at the district level. So we propose that we maintain the sanitary boards, but we change the name. We call them the local government health management boards, and the Ministry of Health will assign, the Minister of Health will assign them duties as and when need is there, and they will drive the curative as well as the preventive health care mandate. Thank you very much.
Honourable Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker, the issue of sanitation and hygiene is well addressed in the Local Government Act. And all those actors that have been mentioned by my colleague are regulated under the Local Government Act. We cannot strengthen the Local Government Act under the Public Health Act. Rather, the Ministry of Health can work with the local governments to strengthen their system. So I still maintain that we delete. Thank
you. Right,
Madam Chair. Enos.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to support the Honourable Minister because the very side of opposition, you have always pushed for a lean government. Now you're telling us they form more administrative structures, which will require resources. We have VHTs who have no allowances, who are actually demanding for more allowances. Why don't we restrict ourselves to forming more administrative units, and we have more resources to support the existing structures? Like VHTs, we need more money than what they're already earning. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Dr. Bed.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Speaker.
the issue of health should never be fragmented. We should have a system from the center to the lowest. We have learned it from the COVID that it is very, very necessary to have a structure that runs down. Madam Chair, I pray that we have those health committees at the district that are attached to the center so that we can manage disease and public health better and efficiently in this country.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Aisha.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, Madam Chair. I pray that issues of health are not relegated to the local governments. When we had COVID, it took the whole president to sit with his ministers to decide on what should be the structure at district level. If we had a board at that time, things would be moving even right away. Most of the health issues we have they stem down from sanitary issues. We all know all our districts get problems because of the sanitary issues. Actually, if we had such boards, even the ministry would be briefed in time of the local issues at their level. It is so important to us that we get that board into which the information from the VHTs feed in, and then the board would feed the national level. It would be good for us to plan that way and solve the health issues of our people. I really pray and try to convince colleagues that they accept to put these boards in place for the sake of our people and the health of our people and clearing sanitary issues in our areas. Thank you.
Honorable members, one clarification I need to make to you is Section 3 actually has no amendment. They are repealing Section 4 of the Principal Act, which is appointment of the sanitary boards. And they are saying in the sanitary boards, these duties have been distributed. When you're talking about sanitary, you're talking about water, you're talking about different departments that come together to do what is supposed to be done. So there is no amendment in what? In clause 3.
Madam Chair, if I got the report from the committee well, the minister wants that section to be repealed, but the committee appears to be against it. The committee wants it to remain because they think it's very important.
The committee wants it to be repealed and deleted.
It's in the report.
What does the chairman want?
I concede that it's deleted.
Because in the report, the committee had said it should not be deleted. If it's changing, it should put it on record. Then too, when you go ahead, the same committee is proposing another committee, which is the same, you are calling it a health board. So if you are deleting this one, under 6, you are proposing the same thing. Can you clarify so that the House...
Clarify.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The one we are talking about is the advisory boards, not sanitary boards.
So clause 3 has no change. Not so, Minister.
Right, Honorable Speaker, you're absolutely right. We are deleting. We don't need sanitary boards. It was overtaken by decentralization, which was approved by this Parliament.
I put a question that clause 3 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 4.
I put a question that clause 4 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 5.
I put a question that clause 5 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 6.
Clause 6 is amended. There is amendment.
Thank you, Right Honorable. Clause 6 is substitution of Section 8 and 9 of the Principal Act. Our justification is that Clause 6, the committee recommends the minister shall constitute local authority health boards comprising such a number of persons as the minister may determine. The membership functions, powers, and all matters pertaining to the proper functioning of boards constituted under section 1 shall be prescribed by the minister by statutory instrument. The justification is that there is a formal way of having the public health structures at local authority involved administratively in the management of public health issues. Bullet 2 is the Public Health Act should remain overriding in matters of public health. Thus, Section 9 of the Public Health Act should be retained.
Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker, again I will refer to the Local Government Act. We don't need this clause. 1, every health committee has a health management committee, every district, and every district has structures up to the village levels, so we don't need local authority boards.
Yeah, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. For the time I've been around, and most especially when the Minister of Health was battling with COVID-19, among the changes, and most especially the very last change that she made to us here in Parliament, the Minister of Health informed us, number 1, that they are going to take on a multi-sectoral approach to COVID-19. That was the time she was reacting to a situation having blocked trailers at the border, which drove the price of fuel to over 12,000 in Hoima. And so she said that she needs a multi-sectoral approach to COVID-19. We see a National Advisory Board as a forum or a platform through which the Minister of Health can effectively effect a multi-sectoral approach, number 1. Number 2, we also see it as an opportunity for the Minister of Health to liaise with other ministries that are contributing on the pillar in the program-based budgeting system. We are now in the program-based budgeting system where several ministries are clustering around a single pillar. So for them not to duplicate activities, for them to well align themselves, we see this as an opportunity.
Dr. Batua.
Yes.
You're now on which side? Are you agreeing with the committee or you are agreeing with the minister?
We are with the committee, but with the committee we differ on it being a permanent advisory body. We want it to be permanent, the committee wants it to be ad hoc.
You cannot have something permanent. You're living in a static world.
We agree with the committee on having a national advisory board. We agree with the committee on having a national advisory board. And we see that it will help the Minister of Health, as per the words she has come here in Parliament informing us. It will help her to have a multi-sectoral approach to any disease that is disturbing us, and it will also help her.
The committee is talking about local. About? Local authority boards.
Madam Chair, we agree with the local authority boards.
Yes.
Yes, and we also agree with the National Advisory Board.
Yes.
We agree with the idea of having boards.
Yes.
Yes.
But what we are saying, what I'm saying, you are agreeing with the committee, which is okay.
Yes.
But the minister is not agreeing with the committee.
Now, Madam Speaker, we have what we call World Health Organization.
Let me hear from the minister. You're not the minister.
Right Honorable Speaker, like I clearly explained, the Local Government Act clearly explains what needs to be done up to the village levels. So we don't need local authority boards constituted all over the villages for purposes of disease management. That is why we don't need this clause. I thank you.
Chair.
Right Honorable Speaker, for starters, we think that we recommend that all these boards are ad hoc because we are trying to rationalize as a country, so we cannot have permanent institutions to put pressure on the consolidated fund. But in regard to, I think it's an issue of nomenclature, Right Honorable Speaker, but the activities are the same. Whether they are doing sanitary work, whether they are doing disease prevention, surveillance, I think the spirit is the same, but it's an issue of the title. For us, we should go with local advisory boards up to the grassroots level and co-opt all those ad hoc committees into the board. Thank you.
Yeah, Right Honorable Speaker, I'm grateful to the position that the majority
Can you
has taken.
see it? Can I hear from here? You're not the one going to sign this report. Executive.
Right Honorable Speaker, I think there is need for us to have clarity. One, the advisory board is a board that advises the Ministry of Health when there is any outbreak. Like when we had the COVID-19 outbreak and we constituted a scientific advisory committee. That committee gives advice which is rolled out the entire country. Local authority boards would be boards that would be at the local government levels. What would they be doing that is not rolled out from the center down to the local authority boards? And that is why I am saying the national advisory boards is only one, and it is ad hoc. It is constituted as and when is needed, when we have an outbreak. We don't need local authority boards because the same advice is rolled out to the entire country.
Dr. Ayume, the minister is saying this is provided for under local government. And if it is provided for under local government, should you replicate it here?
Right Honorable Speaker, at the local government we have the district health teams which are ad hoc, but they only commune when there is a matter of public health importance. So our opinion was that these district health teams become the local government advisory boards because they do the same function at the local government level. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I would like the chairperson of the Committee of Health and the minister to help us on this issue I'm going to raise because it's the one causing confusion. The chair of the committee and members of the health committee appears to have processed this matter, taking into consideration local authority which is in the act, the old act. But the minister is changing that definition, replacing local authority with the authority KCCA and local government council. So if the chair of the committee can reconcile with the minister and agree, because if you put local authority here, you are talking about something else that the minister had not envisaged in her bill. So the word local authority is coming from the old act, and yet that whole concept of local authority is what the minister wants to do away with, to replace it with Kampala City Council Authority and then local government councils.
Yes, Doctor.
Right Honorable Speaker, we have harmonized with my colleague, the minister, and we concede.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. So, Right Honorable Speaker, that clause is for the Advisory Board of Health. That is what should be maintained, not the local authority boards.
Where is the advisory board now? Are you maintaining the way it is?
But on an ad hoc basis. On an ad hoc basis. We amended it to be
amend it in the microphone and say.
Right Honorable Speaker, Let me read as it shall be. So for purposes of this act, the minister shall, on an ad hoc basis, appoint an advisory board of health based on whatever outbreak comes. Right, Honorable Speaker, I'll draft it and make it available. I'll draft it.
Yes, Alum.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, since the Minister have understood our explanation, but since she's in the process of drafting it, I would propose that we stand over this as she makes her proposal. Then we understand how we are moving so that we move in a unified way, Madam Chair. We stand over it.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, if the minister has now considered her own bill had sought to repeal, we are on clause 6, repeal of section 8 and section 9. And if she's now agreeing with the committee has considered, the question then should be not even to tamper with it, take it as is in the bill.
It is.
Yes,
it stands part of
exactly.
the bill. Yes, it stands part of the bill.
If you want to keep it like this, you have to delete this clause. That's what I mean. If you want to keep one,
Madam Chair.
you have to. Sorry, I not finished my question. If there's another law that accommodates the appointment of the National Health ad hoc committee, then you can as well take what is in the bill.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think what I've understood with the Minister, she's saying we shouldn't repeal Section 8, but we should make an amendment to make it ad hoc, as and when. Because advisory board, according to her argument, actually her explanation, they are special committees with specific qualities to deal with that particular outbreak. Meaning that when there is COVID, we shall need an advisory board with qualifications to help us on that. When there is Ebola, then we look for a committee that can advise us on issues related to Ebola. So I think we should make an amendment to make it ad hoc as and when an outbreak appears, but not to repeal it.
Honorable Minister, look at section 6. The Act. Why don't you delete clause 6 of the bill and maintain 8 of the Parent Act? Yes, check. Honorable members, let's turn over clause 6 and as they reconcile and come up with something substantial.
Clause 7.
Clause 7, I put a question that clause 7 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 8.
I put a question that clause 8 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 9.
I put a question that clause 9 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 10.
I put a question that clause 10 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 11.
Clause 11. Amendment.
Right Honorable Speaker, clause 11 is amended as follows. Substitute the current title with the following: destruction of contaminated beddings, clothes or articles. The word building was removed. 2 is subclause A, substitute the word secure an order of court in the 6th line with the following: seek the permission of the local authority. Right Honorable Speaker, in the event of emergencies, we cannot seek court orders given the nature of these epidemics, the spread. In subclause C, substitute the word shall with may. Justification: it's not practical to destroy buildings given the costs and legal issues. 2, it is not proper to subject such emergency responses to decisions of the court processes, save possibly for compensation after response. 3, a court appeal is not mandatory, hence the term may.
Honorable Minister.
Chair, I concur.
I put a question at clause 11 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 11 as amended.
I put a question at clause 11 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 12.
12.
Right Honorable Speaker, amending section 17 and 18 of the Principal Act. For section 17 is substituted the following: provision of means of decontamination. A local authority shall provide a proper place with all necessary apparatus and attendance for the decontamination of bedding, clothes or articles which have become contaminated, and shall use any articles brought for decontamination to be dealt with free of charge. For section 18 is substituted with the following: provision of conveyance of infected persons or thing. A local authority shall provide and maintain conveyances for the carriage of persons suffering from any infectious diseases or for the removal of any contaminated bedding, clothes or articles, and shall pay expenses for carriage in such conveyance of any person so suffering to a health facility or other place of quarantine. Justification: 1 is section 15 and 16 give the needed latitude for government action in case of a dangerous infection and should not be repealed. 2, on the other hand, government should remain responsible for providing ambulances to manage transportation of infected persons. Thank you, Right Honorable.
Honorable Minister.
Chairperson, I concur.
I put a question at clause 12 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 12 as amended.
Chair, that the minister considered, then the word local authority should then be replaced consequentially by authority and then local government council, so that the spirit of the bill remains.
That would come on 2, clause 2.
If we pass it already in the clauses, then it means we have to recommit to correct them.
I thought local authority is a local government. Even KCCA is a local authority. You ask your shadow minister of
Public Services here. Chair. Madam Chair.
Clause 12 as amended.
I put a question that clause 12 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary, nay. The ayes have it. 13.
Clause 13.
Thank you, Right Honorable. Clause 13, amendment of section 19 of the Principal Act. In clause 13, substitute the word nursed with managed and the word hospital wherever it occurs in the bill with the phrase health facility. The justification, Right Honorable, is these are the most appropriate terminologies. Nursing mainly purposes to nurturing, cherishing, and fostering. Hospital is narrow, but health facility is broader and most applicable in the circumstances.
Minister.
Chairperson, I concur.
I put a question that clause 13 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 13 as amended.
I put a question that clause 13 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 14.
I put a question that clause 14 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 15.
I put a question that clause 15 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 16.
I put a question that clause 16 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 17.
I put a question that clause 17 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 18.
18, Chair.
Thank you, Right Honorable. Right Honorable, is that clause 20? That's my
18. Repeal of section 24 and 25 of the Principal Act.
Right.
Clause 18.
Right Honorable, clause 18, repeal of sections 24 and 25 of the Principal Act, delete clause 18. The justification by the committee is notification of death and removal of a person dying of an infectious disease are important in reducing the spread of infection. 2, removal and burial of the body of a person who has died of an infectious disease protects the bereaved family or unsuspecting mourners from contracting an infectious disease. Thank you.
Minister.
Chair, I concur.
I put a question that clause 18 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 19.
18. I put a question that clause 18 be deleted as proposed. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 19.
Clause 19. I put a question that clause 19 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 20.
Chair.
Thank you, Right Honorable. Clause 20, insertion of section 27A in the Principal Act. Insert the words a local authority or between the words to and a in the third line and between the words where and a in the fourth line. The justification is the words local authority caters for Kampala Capital City Authority. Thank you.
Minister.
Chairperson, I concur.
I put a question that clause 20 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 20 as amended.
I put a question that clause 20 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 21.
I put a question that clause 21 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 22.
I put a question that clause 22 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 23.
23.
Thank you, Right Honorable. 23 seeks to amend amendment of section 30 of the Principal Act. In paragraph B, insert the word for between the words substituting and subsection. B, delete numbering subsection 1. The justification, Right Honorable, is the word "for" was omitted and the proposed deletion is consequential to the flow of the amendment.
Minister.
Chairperson, I concur.
I put a question that clause 23 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye. To the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 23 as amended.
I put a question that clause 23 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. To the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 24.
I put a question that clause 24 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. To the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 25.
I put a question that clause 25 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. To the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 26.
I put a question that clause 26 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. To the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 27.
I put a question that clause 27 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. To the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 28.
Chair.
Right Honorable, clause 28(6) to amend section 36 of the Principal Act. In paragraph 3, the committee recommends that substitute the phrase 250 with 2,500. The justification: in case of corporate entities, the penalty should be punitive over and above being deterrent. 2,500 is about 50 million shillings because one currency point is 20,000 shillings. So we thought the 250 was not deterrent enough for corporate bodies. Thank you, Right Honourable.
Honourable Minister.
Chairperson, I concur.
I put a question that clause 28 be amended as proposed. Those in favor stand to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 28 as amended.
I put a question that clause 28 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor stand to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 29.
29, Chair.
Right Honourable, clause 29(6) to amend the title of Part 7. Whereas the bill says should replace smallpox with vaccination, the committee recommends immunization. The justification is the most appropriate term under the Immunization Act 2017 is immunization, especially so because Part 7 incorporates the substantive provisions of the Immunization Act. 2, immunization is broader than vaccination. Right Honourable, as I earlier mentioned, vaccination is the act, while immunization encompasses the act and the processes that happen for you to gain immunity. Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
Chairperson, I concur.
I put a question that clause 29 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye. To the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 29 as amended.
I put a question that clause 29 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. To the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 30.
30. Chair.
Thank you, Right Honourable. Clause 30, amendment of section 37 of the Principal Act. In paragraph A, and wherever it occurs, substitute for the phrase public vaccinator with the word vaccinator. The justification is vaccination can be both in the public and private health facility settings. Thank you, Right Honourable.
Honourable Minister.
Chair, I concur.
I put a question that clause 30 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye. To the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 30 as amended.
I put a question that clause 30 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. To the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 31.
31.
Thank you, Right Honourable. Clause 31, substitution of section 38 of the Principal Act. The committee recommends that Clause 31 be substituted with repeal of section 39, 40, 41, 43, 44, 46, and 48 of the Principal Act, with sections 39, 40, 41, 43, 44, 46, 48, and 41 are repealed. For section 31 will be substituted with the following. That is clause 38, immunization of children. The justification is these provisions are lifted with the necessary modifications from the Immunization Act 2017, which is to be repealed in this bill.
Honorable Minister.
Chair, I concur.
I put a question that clause 31 be amended as proposed.
Procedure. We have a vote on that.
I have it.
Close
what we discussed that the immunization, what is repealing is in the Immunization Act. This would be a repetition of it.
Right, Honorable, Chair, the Immunization Act has areas we do not agree with. It has an area that denies parents' consent.
Did you discuss the Immunization Act?
Yes.
No. Is it?
We are on vaccination of children.
There is an Act on Immunization 2017. Do you have a copy?
Yes, I have it, Madam Chair.
Was it part of your discussion?
Yes, it was.
Did you repeal it? Did you make amendments to it?
We wanted to repeal it.
Bring it afresh and you read, bring an amendment. Then you repeal, you make amendments to the act. This is a health bill. There's a difference between a health bill and immunization act. So bring an amendment to the act of immunization.
Thank you, Chair. However,
I have given you 2 assignments on immunization and then on the rights and responsibilities of patients.
Madam Chair, I have a concern. Madam Chair.
Most of blood.
Clause 31 as amended.
I put a question that clause 31 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say unto the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 32.
Clause 32, I put a question that clause 32 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say unto the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 33.
I put a question that clause 33 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 34.
34, Chair.
Right Honourable, clause 34 seeks to repeal section 41 of the Principal Act. The committee recommends that this is deleted. The justification is this has been dealt with in the preceding amendment in clause 31.
Chair, I concur.
I put a question that clause 34 be deleted as proposed. Those in favor say unto the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 35.
I put a question that clause 35 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say unto the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 36.
36, Chair.
Clause 36 is repeal of sections 43 and 44 of the Principal Act. The committee recommends that clause 36 be substituted with the following. Repeal of section 43 of the Principal Act. Section 43 of the Principal Act is repealed. The justification is the proposed amendment of section 38 subsection 1 reaffirms that vaccination will be free of charge. Hence, the repeal of section 43 would be a duplication. Bullet 2, there is need to maintain a provision for vaccination of inmates in institutions like Butavika, prisons, etc. Hence, section 44 is retained. Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Chair, I concur. Section 44 would emphasize the need to have these people vaccinated. I concur.
I put a question that clause 36 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say under control and nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 36 as amended.
I put a question that clause 36 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say under control and nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 37.
37.
Right Honorable, amendment of section 45 of the Principal Act. The committee recommends that clause 37 is substituted with the following: substitution of section 45 of the Principal Act. For section 45 is substituted with the following: admission for education. This admission for education and penalties. The justification is these provisions are currently law in the Immunization Act and should be adopted in the Public Health Act rather than being repealed. Thank you.
Minister.
Chair, I concur.
I put a question that clause 37 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say under control and nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 37 as amended.
I put a question that clause 37 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say under control and nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 38.
I put a question that clause 38 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say under control and nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 39.
Chair.
Thank you, Right Honorable. Substitution of section 47 of the Principal Act. Substitute clause 39 with the following: substitution of section 47 of the Principal Act. For section 47 of the Principal Act is substituted the following: mass vaccination and revaccination.
Thank you, Chair. We had the extensive debate. The Minister rightly pointed out that she will not be seeking to proceed with this amendment. Wouldn't it be proceeded? I write that.
Let him first read it, then the Minister comes in to let him read it.
Thank you, Right Honorable. The justification is the responsibility to call for mass vaccinations should be the preserve of the Minister. Thank you.
Yes.
Madam Chair, Section 47 in the Principal Act talks about smallpox mainly. And here, what we need to deal with is the removal of the mandatory vaccination in here, how as they brought it. What they brought is not bad, but the problem is making it mandatory. And Madam Chair, that's all we need to deal with in this section.
In the Parent Act, it's talking about only smallpox. Now we are expanding it beyond smallpox.
But
Yes.
what we need to deal with is to remove the mandatory bit that had been inserted here.
It is saying, in the event of occurrence or threatened outbreak of any disease in any local government, now put local government to local authority, or where it is necessary to conduct vaccination, necessary where it is necessary. Huh? Who is saying that? That's like making it mandatory. Which school did you go to? There is mandatory, there is where it is necessary. I am reading what is in the, so that we correct it. To conduct vaccination or revaccination in the local authority, remove local government for all residents of the local authority or for specific category of residents. Honorable.
Madam Chair, we remove the word all the. All the. We leave it that in local government for residents. Once we say all,
or where it is necessary, if smallpox breaks out in Parliament, bring the necessity in it. The necessity does not mandate, it does not become a what? Compulsory.
You know, Madam Chair, for me, I have no problem because the ministry
Where
can determine.
it
The ministry can determine that it is necessary, but it cannot be for all because there are some people who may not be fit for that vaccination. So the necessity is still okay, but all we need to deal with is to remove the requirement for all, even in the second, the following section, where they are requiring all persons. We remove that, and in the last bit of it, where they're saying all persons, we remove that one, and we just leave it that the ministry may determine.
Information.
Dr. Eme?
Thank you very much. In the Immunization Act, Section 4, subsection 2, where a parent of a child produces a certificate signed by a medical practitioner certifying that immunization against any of the immunizable diseases is not advisable on medical grounds, an immunization card shall be produced by the parent showing that the child has undergone immunization with respect to other immunizable diseases in accordance with the second schedule. So, Right Honorable, the point I'm trying to make here is that there are some safety nets, and the committee was alive to the fact that there are circumstances where people will not be eligible. Thank you.
Honorable Patrick, where they're saying where it is necessary, that's why when you go for immunization, you go for anything, they ask, do you have any allergies? Are you allergic to anything?
Madam Chair,
okay, how do you want to
the
frame
necessity,
it?
Madam Chair.
How do you want to frame it? Frame it for me.
Madam Chair, for me, I propose that we leave the statements the way it is, but we remove where that brings the mandatoriness in it. For example, in Part 1, where it reaches that in local government, all the residents, we remove that all the residents. When we go to, Madam Chair, this is my proposal. When we go to 1A, Madam Chair, there is, it reads that a local government council shall, where instructed by the minister, issue a notice posted in public face in the local government and requesting all persons. So we remove that, all persons, within the Local Government Act. And in B, Madam Chair, a local government council shall require any person, we say people in the local government, to be vaccinated or revaccinated, and shall, where we say require, we can say can advise the parent instead of shall require the parent. So we remove those statements that make it mandatory, and we leave it the way it is.
Let's hear it from the minister first.
Right, Honorable Speaker. First of all, I concur with the statement of my chair, and it is very clear. Part 1, it says where necessary, and I want to give my honorable colleague an example. About 10 years ago, we had an outbreak of yellow fever in northern Uganda, and it became necessary to vaccinate everyone in that part of northern Uganda, which was Acholi sub-region and part of Lango sub-region, to prevent death, and that is what was done. So if you say others will get vaccinated and others won't, then you're not going to achieve the immunity that you want. So there is nothing wrong with this statement. I can also give another example. If we got an outbreak of chicken pox here in Parliament, are you going to vaccinate others and leave others? You have to protect everyone. So where necessary for all.
Honorable members, one thing you need to know, that government has a public duty to ensure that everybody is safe. That is a public duty that the government has. And in this statement, I don't know where you're putting that it is mandatory, where it is necessary.
Madam Chair, in
Thank you, Madam Chair.
In part 2, Madam Chair, it says a person who fails and neglects to comply with this requirement under this section commits an offense and is liable on conviction to a fine not to exceed 200 currency points. So, Madam Chair, that statement alone, you have already said everyone must, and that cannot be accepted, Madam Chair. And the minister committed that she's not up to mandatory vaccination.
Patrick, what would you understand by the word specified category of residents? In 47.1, how would you interpret it? 47.1, 1, under clause 39. No, that's where we are. That's where we are. We are saying all residents or specified categories. You get it, eh? So does that mean mandatory? Odur.
Madam Chair, in law, once you prescribe a penalty, even if you don't read any other thing, once you have prescribed a penalty, it means it is mandatory.
Honorable Minister, why don't we remove the penalty, and you will specify that in the regulations? You get it, eh? Because when you put a penalty, that now amounts to a compulsory. Let's reconcile it.
Right Honorable Speaker, does that also mean for children? We just had...
No, we are not on children.
Thank you.
We are on adults.
But mass vaccination and revaccination encompasses both adults and children.
That is okay. Children is in B. Children is on B. Let's hear from the doctor.
Right Honorable Speaker, this clause covers for both adults and children. And again, I want to give an example. If we get an outbreak of measles, are we going to vaccinate some children and leave out others? Then it won't work. Unless we are going to break the clause and separate adults from children. But for me, I maintain that the clause should be upheld.
Chair.
Presidential affairs.
Yes, thank you so much, Right Honorable Chair.
I'll give all of you to talk, don't worry.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Chair. You guided us very well before you came to committee stage. And we had built consensus that we are not agreeing with the blanket compulsory vaccination. So we expect at this point, any drafting should be consistent with what we agreed. But with what we have just received, Right Honorable Chair, is not consistent. We rather stand over it and a clear
We are not
statement.
standing over anything.
Thank you so much.
Connie?
Thank you, Right Honorable Chair. Chair, like my predecessor has just put it, if we put it as a blanket, we'll be putting some people at risk. Honorable Chair, in my area, during the COVID time, all the elderly men above 70 years who were vaccinated, all of them died. In my area, all of them, my father inclusive. And I am not going to be part of this, where I may put other people at risk. Government must do a lot of its work of sensitization and make sure that even the children, it is with the consent of the parent and also with a lot of sensitization. Otherwise, I want to tell you that there are many people who have never been vaccinated right now of COVID, but because we have SOPs, we are coexisting. I want to thank you, Chair.
Dr. Bedi.
Dr. Kaga. Abe?
We said Abe.
Dr. Kagame is also present.
Honorable Chair, when you read the clauses that we are considering, they are mandatory. There is no space for anyone to say no to vaccination. They are mandatory both in the children and in the adult. When we discussed the principles of this bill, we agreed that we are not going to enact any provision that is compulsory to the people of Uganda and makes it mandatory. Right Honorable Speaker, Right Honorable Chair, 2, you have guided very well that 2 should be deleted. But also 1B, when you read it clearly, at the end of the day, the whole 47 has problems, except when we say there are going to be exemptions, unless we put provisions for exemptions. If we can include provisions for exemptions and then remove 2, we delete 2, it will make it better. Right, Honorable Chair.
Honorable Dur.
So, Madam Chair, given
Now you're making a provision of amendment.
Yes. Madam Chair, I propose that clause 47, 1B and 47.2, providing for an offense and conviction, be deleted. The justification is that for children, we have already provided comprehensively for vaccination of children under clause 31, which seeks to amend 38. So the children have been taken care of, yes. I propose.
I put a, Honorable Minister, are you in agreement with the amendment? That is what we have agreed, yes.
Chair, Part 2, I am in agreement, but Part B should be maintained because the minister should inform the local authority.
And that is, I think that is fine. So can you now, Odur, that is administrative. I put a question that clause 39 be amended as proposed by Honorable Odur and Honorable Dr. Cheng. Those in favor say under the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 39 as amended.
I put a question that clause 39 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say under the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 40.
I put a question that clause 40 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say under the contrary nay. I put a question that
Clause 40.
Clause 40. I put a question that clause 40 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say unto the contrary nay. The ayes. You mean you cannot even say aye? The ayes have it.
Clause 41.
Clause 41, new clause.
Thank you very much. Insertion of a new clause. Right Honorable, we seek to insert a new clause after clause 40 as follows. Insertion of new sections 48A and 48B. 48A is vaccination or revaccination conditions, and 48B is misleading information about vaccines. The justification is deployment of vaccines can have adverse effects on the population. As such, a higher level of scrutiny should be applied before their use. And when it comes to misleading information about vaccines, Right Honorable, people who propagate false information need to be subjected to some punitive measures. Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Chair, clause 48A, I don't agree, and I will state reasons why.
You read it.
Part A, the vaccine to be administered is approved by Cabinet. This is not possible. The vaccines are approved by our regulatory authority, which is NDA. Cabinet already, as government, put in place this regulatory authority. So we cannot take vaccines to be approved by Cabinet. So I disagree.
But Cabinet is not an approving body for a vaccine.
That's what is here. That's why I don't agree.
Yes.
Part B is already catered for under Part A, so I also don't agree. Part C, there are already systems under NDA for pharmacovigilance and monitoring adverse events following immunization, so I don't agree. Part D is already in the law that government has to provide vaccines free of charge, so it is obvious. Part E, the government has ensured that persons required to be vaccinated or revaccinated have access, is already addressed. Then Part 2, the minister shall by statutory instrument issue guidelines regarding accessibility to and administration, also is already in the system. So 48A, I request that it should be collapsed. 48B, I concur.
Is it a system or in the law?
But Madam, our shadow minister is not talking, right?
Right, Honorable Speaker. The vaccination processes are clearly known. Vaccines are in the facilities, the cold chain is in the facilities, and people go to get vaccinated at the facilities. We don't have to specify it by law. It is a system that exists.
What harm does it cause?
It is free of charge.
No, what I'm saying, including it in the law, what harm does it cause?
Right, Honorable Speaker. If we are going to legislate on processes and systems that are obvious, it is not a smart law.
Doctor, we need something prescribed in the law, not the obvious. Because if it is the obvious, if we are to rely on the obvious, why would we be sitting in this house?
Yes.
We need it in the law.
Yeah, it should be comprehensive.
It protects you as a person, as an institution, as a country. The only thing that I want you to change is cabinet to NDA.
Right, Honorable. Some of these sub-clauses highlight the obligations of government in the law, like free vaccines, access to information.
And that is the noble duty of the country.
Yes, and that's why I was saying that we should not repeal what had been proposed.
The approval is done by an NDA, not by cabinet. Honorable Minister.
Chair, replacing cabinet by NDA, I do agree, but part B, the minister has by statutory instrument issued detailed information indicating eligible and ineligible persons, health risks and so on is already captured when we talk about NDA ensuring that the vaccine is safe. So once we say the vaccine is safe, we cannot repeat that. Then Part C, the minister has by statutory instrument established vaccine adverse events reporting and management system. The pharmacovigilance is captured in the NDA Act. That is why I'm saying that some of these will be repetitions.
Yes, Chair. It was not a matter of dissent.
Right, Honorable. Part C gives the population some confidence to come forward for vaccination, because when we were interfacing with a number of stakeholders, adverse events was key on the agenda. So I humbly request that it is maintained. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I have a problem with this 48B. Madam Chair, 48B, which the Minister wants also to stand here, and she's comfortable with it. When it is the Minister to determine which is misleading information, you're taking away any right of people to comment and complain about these vaccines. So, Madam Chair, whereas the committee had proposed this, I propose that it be deleted and we don't include it, because then we are denying people the right to say anything about these vaccines. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Honorable members, honorable members, we are changing cabinet to NDA. We are deleting B because it's in the NDA Act. We are deleting C because it's in the NDA Act. Then the rest remains as a new clause. The rest, I put a question that the proposed new clause stands part of the bill. Those in favor, say aye, and the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 41.
Clause 41, Chair.
Right Honourable, repeal of Part 8 of the Principal Act. In place of Part 8...
Pardon? Repeal of what? Amendment, that's 41? Yes. Yes, Aisha.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, we want to create a law that we will all embrace and be happy to have been part into writing. It kills the spirit when the minister for the alternative side stands consistently and is not given the opportunity, and later on the leader of opposition also stands and is not given the opportunity. I am wondering, Chair, are we proceeding well when the alternative side is not listened to? Thank you.
The law that we are making is a Ugandan law, not for opposition, not for the ruling government. That's one. Number two, it depends on, this was not an issue of dissent. The person who has even given us the information is from opposition. That's Dr. Bedi. He's from opposition. Is he from NRM? And it depends on what somebody is standing to say. I mean, you can get from the face of it. Aisha, you've always stood, and I know you're going to say something that will move this country. 41, Rule 41, Clause 41. Clause 41.
Repeal of Part 8 of the Principal Act. In place of Part 8, insert the following new part and number accordingly. Part 8 should read non-communicable diseases, and the proposed section would be application to non-communicable diseases. That is 49. Section 50 is health promotion and awareness. Section 51 would read collaboration and with other entities. The justification is there is need to include and address non-communicable diseases in the law for visibility and proper disease prevention and control of NCDs to match the curative aspects of disease control. NCDs are on the rise, and government action should be mobilized to stave the risk factors.
Minister.
Chair, I want to appreciate my chair of the committee for this clause, but I have my worries. It will stop our health workers from attending to patients. So we need to amend this clause. It's very ambiguous. And the way it is, it will subject health workers to litigation at all times. So I request that it is amended. And I am still reading, Chair. I'm not very legal. I'm still reading and amending.
Lob.
Chair, let me thank you for catching my eye at last. Madam Chair, as the chair of the committee vividly put it, that this decision is health decisions will be made, or rather will be a preserve of the minister. My take is that where are the people, where is the role of the people's representatives? It should be through...
We are looking at 49 venereal diseases. It has been repealed, and the minister is saying...
The one about the health workers is very important, because in the past we have had...
It is being repealed and replaced with the non-communicable diseases.
Of course, that is where I would have wanted my line minister of health to have to weigh in. But you are not giving him an opportunity.
Give him.
Because he's technical in that area.
Yeah, thank you, Right Honorable Chair. On 41, we agreed with the majority report. We don't have any dissent on that. Where we had dissent, yeah, thank you, Right Honorable Chair, for this opportunity. On 41, that is non-communicable diseases, we have no dissent. We agree that there should be a preventive approach to that. Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chair, while I was in Finland, I was informed that...
You give me the amendment.
There is no amendment on that.
So we delete it.
We concur with the majority report.
Dr. Ayume?
Right Honorable, subsection 1, we concede that it should be removed.
Madam Chair, it appears that now that the chairperson of the committee has conceded, then we'll go with what was in the bill.
So you're repealing part 8 without replacing it. You're repealing part 8 without replacing it.
Chair, that's what we are doing.
Okay.
Is that?
Right Honorable, part 8, we are repealing venereal diseases.
Without replacing?
We are replacing it with non-communicable diseases. The proposed section 49 application to non-communicable diseases, subsection 1, the area of contention is where the minister, a local authority or medical practitioner is required to act or desist from acting. I think that's our differing point with the minister. So we're asking that this point be redrafted. Thank you, Right Honorable.
Madam Chair. Yeah. Madam Chair, it is strange that the chairperson of the committee, who has rightly said that they delete that particular clause, now says they should redraft. I expected the committee to have come up with the draft for us to either accept or amend or reject, but now to say that we should redraft. Who should redraft, Madam Chairperson? We all agreed that NCDs are important, but that is what you should have come with, to draft the sections for this House to adopt, which has not been done.
Yes.
Chair, this clause, particular clause, is on non-communicable diseases. But what we are saying, 49, application to non-communicable diseases, the proposal by the committee appears not to be very clear. But when you go to 50, it's very clear about health promotion and awareness. Yes. Collaboration with other entities is very clear. So the clause stands, but without 41. And that's
So
what we are.
without 49.
Without 49. And that will read well. We shall still cater for non-communicable diseases under 50 and 51. But then we deal away with 49 because it is not very clear.
So what
It's
is the
ambiguous.
amendment?
So I want to propose that 49 under clause 41 as proposed by the committee be deleted, and we stay with 50 and 51.
Chair, is that agreeable?
Right Honourable Speaker, I concur.
I put a question that clause 41 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. Yes, have it.
Clause 41 as
I
amended.
put a question that clause 41 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. Yes, have it.
Clause 42.
I put a question that clause 42 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 43.
I put a question that clause 43 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 44.
I put a question that clause 44 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 45.
I put a question that clause 45 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 46.
I put a question that clause 46 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 47.
I put a question that clause 47 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 48.
I put a question that clause 48 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 49.
I put a question that clause 49 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 50.
Clause 50. I put a question that clause 50 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 51.
I put a question that clause 51 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 52.
I put a question that clause 52 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 53.
I put a question that clause 53 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 54.
I put a question that clause 54 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 55.
I put a question that clause 55 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 56.
I put a question that clause 56 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 57.
I put a question that clause 57 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 58.
I put a question that clause 58 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 59.
I put a question that clause 59 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 60.
I put a question that clause 60 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 61.
I put a question that clause 61 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 62.
I put a question that clause 62 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 63.
I put a question that clause 63 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Clause 64.
I put a question that clause 64 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 65.
I put a question that clause I put a question that clause 65 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 66.
I put a question that clause 66 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 67.
I put a question that clause 67 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 68.
I put a question that clause 68 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 69.
I put a question that clause 69 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 70.
Clause 70. I put a question that clause 70 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. Ayes have it.
Clause 71.
I put a question that clause 71 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 72.
72. 72. Chairman.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Clause 72 seeks to repeal sections 107 and 108 of the Principal Act. The committee recommends that clause 72 be substituted with the following. Insert a new section of 107A after 107 as follows. Regulation of mortuaries, funeral homes and services. The justification is this area is not regulated. There is no justification for its repeal. The amendment is necessary for the protection of authorized cemeteries. Cemeteries have been reclaimed and repurposed into malls, shopping malls and all that. We need to give the dead decent send-off. Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Chair, I concur.
I put a question that clause 72 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 72 as amended.
I put a question that clause 72 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 73.
Clause 73, Chair.
Thank you, Right Honorable. Clause 73 seeks to is amendment of section 109 of the Principal Act. In paragraph A, substitute the word magistrate with court. The justification is the use of magistrate creates ambiguity in terms of jurisdiction envisaged, since that term is not defined and there are different levels of magistrates. Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Chair, I concur.
I put a question that clause 73 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 73 as amended.
I put a question that clause 73 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 74.
I put a question that clause 74 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 75.
New clause. Chair.
Thank you, Right Honorable. Insertion of a new clause after 74. Insert new clause after 74 as follows. Government's obligation in public health services. The government shall take all practical measures to ensure provisions of basic medical services to the population. Ensure that all Ugandans have access to health services, provide health facilities and opportunities necessary to enhance welfare of women to enable them realize their full potential and advancement. Ensure that no child is deprived of medical treatment for any reason, and take appropriate measures to ensure that persons with disabilities realize their full mental and physical potential. The justification is the provision underscores the obligation of government as per the Constitution. Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Chair, this clause is good It unpacks what is in the Constitution. But I request that in the first sentence we substitute the government shall with the government will.
The government of Uganda has a responsibility to and a duty to its people. So we'll maintain shall. Next. Is that all? I put a question. I put a question that a proposed new clause stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 75.
Chair.
Clause 75, repeal of Part 15 of the Principal Act. Substitute Clause 75 with the following. Repeal of Section 120 and substitution of Section 121 of the Principal Act. Subsection A, Section 120 of the Principal Act is repealed. Substitute Section 121 of the following Principal Act with the following. Regulation of recreation facilities and beauty parlors. The justification is the general provisions should be maintained because they are relevant. The minister should be given powers to regulate recreation facilities and beauty parlors. Right, Honorable, this includes the saunas, which could be potential drivers of spread of disease. Thank you.
Chair, this provision is already captured in the Local Government Act 43, and the Minister of Health can only make the rules, and this is captured under Section 104, subsection 2 of the Public Health Act. So I request that we maintain it as it is in the Local Government Act.
Chair.
Thank you, Right Honorable.
What have you considered the ministers?
I concede to the minister's guidance and advice.
Is it on everything or on saunas, on... Honorable Minister, can you reframe the how it should look like? 75? Or you don't want any change? You will keep it as it is? In the law? Yes. Okay. Okay. It is done. I put a question that Clause 75 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye and to the contrary. The ayes have it.
Clause 76.
The Minister of Local Government had already given us a go-ahead. Yes, she had given us a position. She's the Minister of Local Government.
Honorable Chair, what we didn't capture is the context in which local government looks at saunas is in terms of trading license and the likes. The Minister of Health was required to look at a sauna as a source of disease.
The Minister makes rules and regulations.
Obliged.
Yes. Now, you need to create time, Dr. Batua, create time and always interact with your ministers on this side so that you share ideas. Next.
Clause 76.
76, I put a question that Clause 76 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 77.
I put a question that Clause 77 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. Ayes have it.
Clause 78.
I put a question that Clause 78 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 79.
I put a question that Clause 79 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 80.
I put a question that Clause 80 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 81.
I put a question that clause 81 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 82.
I put a question that clause 82 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 83.
I put a question that clause 83 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 84.
I put a question that clause 84 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 85.
I put a question 85.
Thank you. Chair, the heading of 85 that seeks to replace 132 is protection of the authority and local government and the employees from personal liability. Even the text seems to suggest that the authority and local governments are immune, and yet the intention is the employee, their employee is the one supposed to be protected if they do any act under lawful direction of the authority or the council. So we should, if we maintain it the way it is, it means it will be impossible to sue the local authorities in case they make decisions that affect people personally. So I would propose that we reframe it to remove the authority and local government and only take care of the employees of the authority from personal liability.
I concede.
Can you reframe it? Reframe the amendment.
Madam Chair, I don't have the full amendment, but our technical team would understand that my point is to remove the authority and local governments, and then only allow it to proceed in the spirit of the employees.
Yes.
Yes, I think the technical team can modify in that direction.
No. Member or employee of the council.
I understand, Madam Chair.
Honorable Dur.
I understand, Madam Chair, the position, the proposal by the member of the great part of the past, the UPC.
Order, Madam Chair.
Honorable Lumu, since you came here, you have not said a word, so you can now speak.
Madam Chair, I propose that we stand over. Was it some clause before making this submission? It's in the hands of Madam Chair. But Madam Chair, I put my very good friend and the chair of the former Minister of Finance and the Minister of Trade, that I am the whip of UPC, and we have honorable members in this parliament. Is it therefore in order for Honorable Minister Bahati to refer to the Uganda People's Congress, a party which is very important to this country, as the party of the past? Is it in order?
Look at this. This is the annotation.
So, Chair, I wanted to suggest that his proposal, we can maintain this particular clause because when you read the clause properly, it says that no matter or thing done by the authority or local government or by a member of the council of the authority or local government by any person acting under the direction of the authority or local government shall, if the matter or thing is done in good faith, for the purpose of executing this act, subject the member of the council or the person acting under the direction of the authority or local government to any liability. And really we are talking about public health. We are not talking about anything. So I think my good friend from the great party, UPC, should really accept that we maintain this. We maintain this particular clause. I subscribe.
Thank you. It avoids it really helps us avoid negligent actions by people and when you read in totality in good faith, if you've acted it in good faith, it helps because you will find other people who live in abandoned patients on the road because they say after all it will not be borne by me, it will be an institution. So, but if you are acting in good faith, I think let's keep it as it is. I put a question that clause 85 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay? There I have it.
Clause 86.
I put a question that clause 86 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay? There I have it.
Clause 87.
I put a question that clause 87 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay? There I have it.
Clause 88.
I put a question that clause 88 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay? There I have it.
Clause 89.
New clause.
Insertion after clause 88, that's amendment of section 138 of the Principal Act. Section 138 of the Principal Act is amended by inserting a subsection 2 as follows. Where the minister makes regulations for the implementation of this act, the minister shall do so in consultation with other ministers relevant in promoting public health. The justification is this promotes the One Health approach to public health. Thank you.
Minister.
Chair, I concur.
I put a question that the proposed new clause stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay? Ayes have it.
Clause 89.
I put a question that clause 89 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay? Ayes have it.
Clause 90.
I put a question that clause 90 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay? Ayes have it.
Clause 91.
I put a question that clause 91 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay? Ayes have it.
Clause 92.
I put a question that clause 92 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay? Ayes have it.
Clause 93.
I put a question that clause 93 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay? Ayes have it.
Clause 2.
Clause 2 on definition, interpretation.
Thank you very much. Amendment of Section 1 of the Public Health Act, which really talks about the nomenclature. Subsection A is amendment of Clause 2A. In paragraph A, insert the word parent. So the justification is deletion of the word parent in the Principal Act opens room for a better definition of the same word as proposed in the amendments. In summary, in brief, we are going to have a better definition. Subsection 2 is new insertion. Insert the following new paragraphs immediately after Clause 2A and renumber accordingly. B, by inserting in appropriate alphabetical order the following new definitions: adult, child, immunization. Child, we got it from the Children's Act. Immunization card, the minister, parent, this includes biological mother or father, guardian, a person who has lawful custody. The Act only talks about mother or father. Parental responsibility, public health. We also thought that it's important to define what public health is. Pre-primary school, primary school, and vaccine. The justification, this is a reflection of the provisions of the Immunization Act, which are to be incorporated in the Public Health Act. There is need to have a standard definition of public health in the law, regulating the area of public health. The minister responsible for implementation of the law should properly be defined. Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Chair, I concur.
Thank you. I put a question that Clause 2 as amended.
Chair, on this Clause 2 in the bill, paragraph A, was seeking to repeal one of the definitions, which is local authority, which we have extensively used. But the same G has the local government council, and then G1 has authority, means Kampala City, Kampala Capital City Authority. So if the two, the chair and the minister, could reconcile so that we have one, we don't use them interchangeably because it's going to cause a lot of confusion. Do you want to maintain local authority to mean all local governments, or you want to replace local authority with the word authority and local government council?
Propose. Propose and we make a change. Because we can have the local authority together with the Kampala City Authority.
My proposal would be, I tend to agree with the original proposal in the bill that in paragraph A we repeal the word local authority. Because in law, if you are to even sue the council, you cannot say I'm suing a local authority, you must sue a local government council. So we shall remain with the authority, which means Kampala City, Kampala Capital City Authority, and then local government council as proposed. So wherever the word local authority appears, that we have done, it's consequentially now replaced with these two.
That's okay. Yes, Minister.
Chair, I agree with the honorable member.
Thank you. I put a question that Clause 2 as... Yes.
Thank you, Chair. We've just put up a legislation that one who acts in good faith is not subjected to litigation. But I just think that good faith needs to be defined because it can be very subjective. I think it should be defined. What is good faith?
Okay, define for us good faith. Define it. No, you define for us from good faith.
No, Chair, we don't need to define it. The courts have over time agreed on the interpretation of good faith.
And determination of good faith is subjective.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you. I put a question that clause 2 has be amended as proposed by Honorable Odur Jonathan of UPC. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it. Plus Honorable Yume's amendments.
Clause 2 as amended.
I put a question that clause 2 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 6.
Clause 6, Honorable Dur. Honorable Minister.
Chair, for purposes of clause 6, we are proposing the following. And I will read, for purpose of this act, the minister shall establish a committee as the Advisory Committee of Health, comprising of the Director General Health Services or his or her representative as the chairperson, and such other member as the minister may see fit to appoint. 2, the tenure of the members of the Advisory Committee of Health will be ad hoc. 3, the chairperson of the committee shall appoint such person as he or she may deem fit to be secretary to the committee. 4, notwithstanding subsection 1 and 2, the minister may by order vary or cancel the membership of the committee. 5, the minister may make rules for the governance of the functions of the committee. I beg to submit.
You wanted to go to her.
Madam Chair, I think we made a mistake by telling the minister to to propose the amendment here. Because whereas we are talking about these local authority boards, which for me I thought they should be local health management boards, not authority. But the minister, everything she has brought is talking about the minister.
Honorable Oshabe.
So,
Honorable Shabe, the minister is not Jenna Chen, it is the minister. Tomorrow, Jenna Chen is laying in bed and now she may not sleep on that bed. And if somebody tells you to, gives you a buffet and tells you to serve, do you serve little?
But Madam Chair, she has not acted in good faith in bringing this amendment.
Madam Chair.
Your member is talking.
No, as seated, as given way. You know, we may be lucky at this time that the Minister of Health is a technical minister who is a doctor. But we may in the future get a minister who may not be, because in the past we have had ministers who are not technical in that office. Like my good friend from Zimbabwe.
Honorable members.
So, Madam Chair, the minister, in some of these decisions, he should seek the approval of Parliament. Yes.
Honorable members.
The House of Representatives.
Honorable members, we need to be consistent. The insurance law we made, we talked about the minister. The Public Finance Management Act, we talked about the minister. The petroleum law, it is the minister. This is the one who bears the political responsibility. Me and you, we are politicians. When it comes to technical, then is where you now look at the directors and that kind of thing. Honorable members, I put a question that clause 6 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Minister of Health. Those in favor say the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 6 as amended.
I put a question that clause 6 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Title.
I put a question that the title sounds part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Motion for resumption of the House.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Chairperson, I beg to move that the House do resume and the Committee of the Whole House reports thereto.
Thank you. I put a question that the House do resume and the Committee of the Whole House reports thereto. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it. Sir, I think you're dreaming about Busia.
Report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable Minister of Health.
Madam Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the bill entitled the Public Health Amendment Bill 2021 and passed it with amendments.
Motion for adoption of the report of the Committee of the Whole House.
But you should have informed me there was a recommittal. You didn't inform. You put a notice. I put a question that the report of the Committee of the Whole House be adopted. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Bill's third reading, the Public Health Amendment Bill 2021.
Honorable Minister of Finance, of Health. A motion to adopt. Third reading. She read.
Okay. Motion for adoption of the report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the report from the Committee of the Whole House be adopted.
I put a question that the report of the Committee of the Whole House be adopted. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Bill's third reading, the Public Health Amendment Bill 2021.
But how do you start making noise recommittal before you? Why didn't you tell us when we were at that stage? Why? Let's pass the bill. If it is not assented, you can still amend it. You still have space to amend it. Bill third reading. Bill third reading.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the bill entitled the Public Health Amendment Bill 2021 be read the third time and do pass.
I put a question that the Public Health Amendment Bill 2021 be read the third time and do pass. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act titled the Public Health Amendment Act 2022.
Title settled and the bill passed. I want to congratulate the Honorable Minister, the committee, the shadow minister for being very aggressive. And I want to thank the whole House, all the members of Parliament who have been here. You've been so good. Now finally we have a bill in place in the name of public health. And I hope once it is assented to, you publicize what we have passed in the bill. Not keeping the bill in the drawers like other sectors have done. The bills have passed. People don't know what was passed. Thank you so much.
Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to start by appreciating you for your commitment and stamina to pass this bill. We are very appreciative. I would like to appreciate the honorable members of Parliament. Thank you very much for your input, your interest in the bill, and also for passing this bill today. Thank you very much. Allow me also to appreciate my Committee on Health for a very good job done on the bill. Chair, I would also like to appreciate the Shadow Minister for Health. Yes, he has been very supportive, and also and allow me to appreciate my fellow ministers for a job well done. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you so much. The House is adjourned to tomorrow.
This week on UBC.
Shanta ali mama. Shanta ndi strong woman. I pursue my dreams in any way. Project yange bajita walk away from the street. That the prostitution, they must go out from the street. We have to help single mothers. Let them contact me. You could call her bad black depending on what you want to say. Once you talk about Shanta, obere yogira kubakazi bannagwano. Abatatira nakulabikamu age yange. So ndi mchala mugumu nnyo ndi very strong mother.
Also have enough air.
It is intellectually engaging.
And you can only become a leader when there are problems.
I like that.
The same applies to Rwanda, Burundi. So